Dip dippity doo doo. Dip dippity doo doo. Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome back. To be completely honest with you, I took a nap. And then I was like, it's probably a good time to check what time it is. 1:01 p.m. It was 1 minute late to stream. Like this shirt? Avery Wumbo sent me this shirt. It's a good shirt. Yeah, Avery Wumbo sent gifts a couple times, and they're always the greatest gifts. It's Friday, so I upgraded my noodles. I got the good ones. Have you had this type of ramen noodle before? It's the best. They're black garlics. Yeah, it's regular garlic, but it's like fermented or something. Hold on. Let me remind myself how they make black garlic. It was made by placing garlic in a warm, moist, controlled environment. Reminds me of someone I know. Those are 3 words that people use to describe me. Warm, moist, and controlled. I don't know if I've ever had black garlic, being honest. I had pickled herring today and it was very nice. Is this what food looks like in Sweden? Have you ever had, I don't know how to pronounce surströmming. I've heard that opening this can of fish is illegal in some countries. I heard that in some places it's so stinky you're not allowed to even open it. There's a surströmming crisis right now. Go on. What are we watching? Oh, Sabby's from Sweden, and so we were just talking about Swedish food. Dad always says he wants to buy this. Ugh. This is the type of food that YouTubers eat when they want to make content. They're like, I'm going to eat the stinkiest food in the world. And it's this putrid canned fish. It's not even that bad. Swedes are built differently. Although, who can blame you that your culinary food looks like that? Like your culinary food looks like this, like this, like this, and this is who's cooking it. Reminds me of my Colombian friend. I'm still traumatized by coffee and cheese. Coffee with cheese? In Colombia? You know, Swedish meatballs are pretty good. I want to go to IKEA soon. Now that the house is more in order, I want to go get some new stuff. But I'm definitely going to be getting meatballs while I'm there. I wonder if I can live stream from IKEA. I wonder if I get good enough reception inside to stream. An IKEA live stream sounds fun. I had to look this up. Coffee and hot chocolate both are served with a slice of cheese. They dip a special kind of cheese into the coffee and stir it. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, the lingonberry sauce. Now, lingonberries are good. One of my favorite things about IKEA is that they have a food section. Not just like They have like the place where you can eat food. They have the cafeteria, but they also have like a grocery section where you can buy Swedish stuff. Wow, it took that website 5 years to load. Oh. Okay, this should be illegal. This should be illegal. Straight to jail. This is the most unappetizing thing I've ever seen. We saw a natural, shiny Pokemon in the wild the other day. They spotted a pink dolphin. Let's see, like, yeah, and IKEA. IKEA is this giant store. It's like multiple stories. They have all sorts of stuff. And then when you get to the bottom, they have this whole, like, Swedish food market. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, I haven't been to IKEA in years. I want to go back. They put the food at the end too, because they know. Yeah, they put the food at the end so that you can. Never mind. I'm gonna cut myself off there. They put the restaurant in the middle here. Yeah, the restaurant's in the middle, but the grocery store is at the end. That's a good cup of noodles. I got lost in the showroom my first time there. I feel like that's a rite of passage in IKEA. Like, getting lost in IKEA is just a part of the rite of passage. God, I just want to go to IKEA again. It's not that great. 500 Days of Summer isn't real life. Well, that's just like your opinion, man. Derb. Some of us like life. I'm not saying you don't, I'm just talking shit. I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh, it is the midsummer sale. Wait, celebrate the sunshine until 7/9? What do they got for the midsummer sale? What the fuck is this thing? What the fuck is this? I'm mostly in it for. I want to go for some decor, and I want to go for some cooking stuff, maybe some kitchen stuff. Also, if you've never been to IKEA, all of the items have Swedish names, and some of them just make it sound like a fake language. Some of you probably have a Billy bookcase in your house. Some of you probably have the Billy bookcase. Billy! There's probably 5 of you in here right now that have a Billy bookcase. I've had a Billy bookcase. I've had a couple Billy bookcases in my life. Everybody always talks about the Blahage, but I'm a Jungle Skog stan, period. It's so boring, I can't bring myself to buy that shit. Tell me how you really feel. Tell me how you really feel. I just felt like you're coming in guns blazing today. Shooting from the hip. It's funny because its name is Billy. What's the cookware looking like? I might get some IKEA pans to tide me over. I might get some IKEA pans to tide me over. This is what I need. I need one of these bad boys. I need a clock ring. To stop you from splattering, you need to get a clock ring. The jokes write themselves, folks. That's why IKEA is so fun. You have to have specific pans for induction cooking. Yeah, they just have to be magnetic. They just have to have iron in them. Or, like, some other type of magnetic metal. But most of the pans that are magnetic, it's got, like, iron and steel. They really call it a clockrin. Interesting. I need to get one of these too. I need that mandolin so I can get those thin slices. I did a bunch of kitchen shit at IKEA, honestly. It's mostly why I want to go. I want a bunch of kitchen shit. Husk nut. Midag smat. I love these words. I understand that all words are made up. So I'm not going to say these words sound made up. It's like, duh, all words are made up. You know, like these steel frying pans aren't so bad. I might get some of these. This is a $70 frying pan. Okay. You're right, I am gonna be doing some nuking in the kookin. Because all I've got is a microwave. Looking forward to the cooking stream. Yeah, I am looking forward to doing some cooking. What should I make in that kitchen? Should I Google what Mander said? It's probably good to just never Google anything that anyone says ever. Lasagna for the orange boy. He loved that last lasagna that I made for him, honestly. I kind of want to make him another one. He loved it. He loved it. I was thrilled. It was the highlight of my month. That cat will eat anything. Anytime I have any kind of food ever, he's like, hey, let me try some of that. Make chebureki. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna have to look it up. Uh-huh. It's a pastry. Savory pastry. It looks like an empanada. Fried dough stuffed with meat and stuff is a culinary classic. You see this type of dish all over the world, and it's always good. Just told you not to Google things. I didn't Google it. I DuckDuckGo'd it. This looks good. Some Jamaican beef patties. Have you tried the ones they have at the Dollar Tree? They're not good. They're not good. I want to go up to Wait, what the fuck? I don't know how that just happened. Did I just drag and drop text into my OBS? Hold on, let me try that again. Let me do that. Hold on, let's try this. Can you just drag and drop text onto OBS? It works. You know what I want to make? Oh my god, I did it again. I don't even know how that got over there. I was just clicking up in my taskbar. It was up here. It was up here because I was internet searching it. Then somehow it got over here. I want to make an Italian beef sandwich. So it was always a favorite of mine growing up. Slow cooked beef with peppers, onions, cheese. And then you dip it in that jus so it's kind of wet. Oh. It's a good sandwich. I'm making you hungry. I'm good at that. This is good. What is this? This is called an Italian beef sandwich. My family was from Chicago. You know, I had a lot of family from Chicago, and up in Chicago, they're actually pretty crazy about the Italian beef sandwiches. It's not Chicago, it's Chicago. I make that at least once a month in the crock pot. See, you know. You know. I've had a lot of different types of sandwiches. This was probably one of my favorite types of sandwiches. It's up there. It's like top 3, probably. Chicago. Chicago. Yeah, it's kind of that like Great Lakes accent, because like I have relatives from Chicago and they talk like Chicago, but then I've also got relatives from like Michigan, which is also a Great Lakes state, and it's kind of just like a Great Lakes thing. It's like they kind of talk like they're from Chicago, but it's more like it's the in between like Chicago and like a Minnesota. Like when you get up to Minnesota, it's less Great Lakes. It's almost more Canadian. Like Minnesotans almost sound Canadian in their accent, not quite Canadian, but it's like it's really interesting to see how regional dialects, it's like geographic, and how they will like blend in the geographic areas. The wildest accent is Mississippi, says Alabama. Alabama. Now, if you want to talk in an Alabama accent, you got it. That's the Alabama accent is probably one of the most exaggerated types of Southern accents you can have, because there's a lot of bounce in Alabama. You got to think Alabama. I almost got into a fist fight with some of them at a reunion. The key word here is almost, and they knew better because they knew you were probably going to clock them. Like, I know better. I know better than to get into a fist fight with Sugar. Sugar would lay me out. I remember the first time I moved to Alabama and the kids of the school bus asked me first, Roll Tide or War Eagle? I didn't know what either were. I picked War Eagle, which is the wrong answer. Yeah, you gotta Roll Tide. You gotta Roll Tide out in Alabama. Roll Tide! It's college football stuff, I think. Although, if you're being honest, War Eagle sounds way cooler. It's because they have a football team. I think it's called the Crimson Tide, which is honestly just a really badass way of describing a menstrual period. Some of those like rural country states, like they get really into football. They get really into football, like college football, high school football. It's like you got a whole generation of kids who just want to grow up and get like CTE. Anyway. Maybe I still need the wheel. Maybe I still need the wheel? How you feeling? If you like ramen noodles and you haven't tried the Shin ramen noodles, go get some. They're a bit pricier than your average ramen noodles, but they're still not expensive, but they're so good. Many different emotions. Happy, sad, anxious, optimistic, fearful. Today I'm feeling like I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a child, I'm a mother, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. But I will not feel ashamed. Alanis Morissette. It's actually Meredith Brooks. Casey was showing us clips of you in drag a couple weeks ago, and he didn't do that again. Didn't I look good? I look fucking good. I'm just out here trying to communicate to straight men that it's okay to be pretty. If you want to be pretty, it's okay. The only person that's going to judge you is insecure men. So don't live your life to the standards of insecure men. It's that simple. The next time I get drag makeup done, though, I want to get like a, I want to get a drag queen to do it. And Casey did a good job. Don't get me wrong. I want a drag professional. I want to slay the house down. I want to eat and leave no crumbs. Gonna see Deer do it? Yeah, I asked Deer the next time. I've asked Deer, and Deer said that they were down. It's just about finding the when and the where. I'm feeling neglected. I want to ask you a question, Baklava. And this isn't me targeting you. This is the same question that I ask everyone whenever they tell me that they feel neglected. By whom? I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling that way. But whenever we're feeling neglected, we don't want to feel like it's easy to feel neglected by others. Because, other people have their own lives going on. They might be caught up in their own BS, and they might not be emotionally available for us when we need them. But we just want to make sure that we're not neglecting ourselves. By my family and coworkers, can I give you my recommendation for a possible way to remedy that feeling? Hello? Well, howdy, partner. Yeehaw! Can I get a yeehaw? Has anybody played Fallout? Anybody played Fallout New Vegas? I just replayed Fallout New Vegas a couple weeks ago. And there's this part in the game where you have to choose a new sheriff for a town. And one of the options for the new sheriff is a robot. And he's funny. He's like, "Well, howdy, partner. How about a yeehaw for law and order?" This weekend is all about self-care and getting my head screwed back on, so I have a better week next week. Just got some gummies. That's a good mindset. My strategy to feel better when you're not feeling good is to do something nice for someone else. It could be something small. You could just be out at the store and you could say, "Hey, those are some nice shoes." Or hey, that's a cool shirt. I like your shirt. And just watch the way that they respond. Yeah, it's a full moon tonight. Get out your crystals. Go charge your crystals. If my question is too long, can I type it in here or no? We have the question box for question dropping, but you can also put a question in chat. It just kind of depends on whether or not you want to be anonymous or how long the question is. There's no question limit in the box, I don't think. I mean, there might be some limit, but it's probably like a huge limit. It's probably like 5,000 characters or something. So yeah, if you have a long question, I would recommend doing it in the box. Because you can do... I've had some short stories... I've had some novellas in the question box. And I don't mind that, though. I like long questions. People always try to apologize to me for the length of their question in the question box. I'm like, no, you don't get it. The more stuff that you give me to read and respond to, that gives me more stuff to talk about. That gives me more content to make. I'm not just sitting here twiddling my thumbs. So I like long questions. You're working on your 700-page autobiography to give context to my question. Yeah, and then your question is like... Your question is just like... Anyway, I was just wondering... Is it okay to forgive myself for what I did? Yeah, we don't say sorry unless you do something actually rude. But I have one of the things that I want people to stop doing is feeling the need to apologize for everything. Apologizing for speaking your mind, apologizing for having an opinion, apologizing for expressing your feelings. I'm like, no, that's okay. We allow that. That's legal. Hi, Papa. Firstly, I wanted to say thank you for helping me through my mental health journey. You're welcome. Thank you for saying thank you. This is one of my... Okay, if you're somebody who's maybe like earlier on in your mental health journey, or maybe you're somebody who still feels like you're struggling a lot, I just want you to like... Just pay attention to some of these messages that we get in the question box. It's like, hey, I've been doing those things that you suggested a few months ago, and I've noticed that they're really starting to work. I'm like, maybe give it a try. We love progress. The progress updates. Ooh! Top Scruffy with the 690. Thank you for the 690, Top Scruffy. Well, let me pull that back up so I can... It doesn't show my... It used to show my Stream Elements alerts through my Twitch, but now I have to have a separate thing open to see them. Give me 1 second. I can see what that said. Top Scarfy said, I just got ADHD and OCD diagnosis. I just got an ADHD and OCD diagnosis at age 39. Finally taking action was in part inspired by lurking here. Thank you for using your skills to do this. There you go. There you go. Now the real work begins. Bravo! Bravo! Happy to hear it. One thing I do want to say, getting a diagnosis is really important, but it's not the most important thing. The most important thing are, what are my symptoms? Because those are what you actually treat. Those are what you actually work on. And symptoms can be managed. Symptoms can be treated. So whenever you do get a diagnosis, I don't want anybody to feel like this is going to be me for the rest of my life, because that doesn't have to be true. But it's definitely helpful to get a better idea of, like, what is it that I'm trying to work on. You know, it just helps to organize your thoughts a little bit. It gives some clarity into, like, hey, what's actually going on up here? Your puppy's starting to get better? Oh, good. See, sometimes it just takes a couple days. Oh, that's good. Hi, Papa. Firstly, I just wanted to say thank you for helping me through my mental health journey. I didn't formally learn about mental health and thought since I was everyone's trauma friend that I already had a good grasp on mental health, but holy shit, I was so wrong. If that resonates with you, I want you to just really let that soak in. Like, knowing that putting water on a fire puts the fire out most of the time doesn't qualify you to be a firefighter. It's like, if you're that trauma friend, you're basically just being treated like a firefighter. But the thing about putting a fire out is that there are different strategies, different techniques, different things to watch out for that you might not know unless you have training and experience and guidance and support. Like, being exposed to mental health can give you a lot of understanding about, like, some of the things that people go through. Like, you probably just have a really good idea of, like, some of the different things that people experience, but there's an art to it. There's an art to it. Like, I have to cater my approach depending on the person that I'm talking to. Like, that's a big aspect of mental health that a lot of people might not fully grasp unless they have a lot of experience doing it. And sometimes it might not make sense if you're looking from the outside in, but it's like, in some instances, it's like, I want to be really supportive and empathetic and, you know, be a bit softer in my approach. And some people really respond to that. Some people, that makes them feel comfortable and allows them to open up and start talking about it and discussing it, and that's what you want to do. Some people, they like it better if you're a bit more assertive or a bit more aggressive, maybe even like a bit more like joking with them, because you have to meet them where they're at and you have to speak their language. So, just being completely honest, there will be some times where I will say stuff or do stuff where it's like I'm intentionally trying to make the person feel like just maybe perhaps a little bit agitated. I'm not trying to like overwhelm them. I'm not trying to upset them. I'm just trying to just do the slightest amount of triggering, because that is how you practice working on your triggers. You have to be a little bit triggered so that you can practice working on feeling triggered. You can't really work on feeling triggered if you aren't triggered. It's an art to it. And I'm not saying I'm perfect, but also like knowing when to respond and when to just kind of like let people simmer out on their own. Because sometimes people will throw the equivalent of a temper tantrum, and you kind of just have to let them calm down on their own and then be like, so, it sounds like you were having a hard time there earlier. What helped you calm down? Anyway, I'm sure you're better than you give yourself credit for. It doesn't take a lot to be a decent person. It really doesn't. And a lot of times just being able to talk about your problems with a decent person can do a lot of good for you. And the difference between talking to somebody who's like kind and empathetic and understanding versus talking to somebody who's like a trained therapist is the nuance, the details. And sometimes that's what makes all the difference. Anyway, I watched a few of your streams after raids from Mike. I focused on politics for a few years and decided I wanted to make my mental health the focus of this year. And I know I can say wholeheartedly that I finally feel like I have a good grasp on how to communicate better with others and how to better love myself more after doing your suggested exercises. I'm happy to hear that. I'm glad to hear that it's working for you. So thank you very much for changing my life for the better and opening my eyes to other ways of living. TBH, you, Frumpa, and Hassan are huge role models in my life and shaped how I viewed the world after college. Thank you for the kind words. Both Mike Frumpa and Hassan are both really good guys. So to be, compared to them as a role model, that's very kind of you to say. Thank you. We're not done. Going deeper. I don't know if this is a side effect, but while watching your streams lately, I feel like I'm slowly starting to remember parts of my childhood that I haven't thought about in years. I've always joked about how I don't remember much about the past, but every now and then I see glimpses of events that I've forgotten about. Like how often I would fight with my parents, or things I did as a teen that I'm ashamed of now. I've remembered how I really felt when my mom left for 2 weeks, after her mom died, and not knowing the consequences of my dad and I not reacting hard enough because we didn't know her mom personally. She gave us a 2-week silent treatment after she left, but she and I never had closure or talked about it ever again. Not sure if I even want to open that can of worms again, but I have noticed my mom has definitely mellowed out with age, and between the two of my parents, she's the one who validates my feelings. My dad kind of gets distracted and is hard of hearing. You know, with stuff like this, it's like, when we look back at like how our parents were, it's like there are going to be incidences and things that happen where it's just like, wow, what they did wasn't okay, it wasn't right. But then, like, put yourself in their perspective, put yourself in their position, and just like, okay, maybe if I try to just have some empathy here, I can kind of understand why they did what they did. It doesn't make it right, it doesn't make it okay, but we're all just trying our best, you know. And you know, if you and your dad both didn't have a relationship with her mom, then it was probably because she also didn't have a very good relationship with her mom. Otherwise, she probably would have been more of a part of your life. And I remember something similar, you know, whenever my dad's parents died. It's like we weren't especially close to them. But then, like, I remember, you know, my dad took it really hard because, like, he had his own complications with their relationship, and so, you know, just needed time to like process that. And I'm sure that, you know, looking back, she probably would feel like, yeah, she unfairly redirected some of those feelings onto you and your dad, because that happens a lot when people die. Especially in situations where it's like you might have had unresolved business, or maybe it was, you know, not something that you saw coming. Like maybe it was more like tragic, you know, like maybe just out of the blue something happens. My grandma just died a few weeks ago, and I still don't know how I feel about it. She was awful, but she was still my grandma. How about I share with you how I feel about a similar situation? This wasn't a few weeks ago, this was actually a few years ago. The way that I feel about it is, I wish that I had had a better relationship with her, and I wish that that had been possible. Well, that's it. Like, that's it. It's like, I don't feel the need to, like, criticize this person anymore. It's like, they're dead. Like, they're dead. I don't need to, like, criticize them for, like, the faults that they had as a human, because we all have our faults as a human. And so the way that I process it is just like, well, I wish that things had turned out better. One thing I do want to talk about, though, and it's something you mentioned in this paragraph here. The way that our mind will compartmentalize or wall off certain memories or events from our life, it's really interesting. I've noticed similar things as well. It's like, as I feel, you know, less depressed, I feel more, you know, in tune with myself. It's like, part of me feels like I was saving those memories. It's like they didn't go anywhere. They were just being repressed, or they were just being stored away somewhere in the depths of my mind. Part of me likes to feel like we revisit those memories when we're ready to. Or maybe when we feel more prepared to. I don't know. Like, you'll notice as come back into yourself, as you feel like you're, that's kind of how it feels like. It kind of feels like you're booting back up, you're coming more online, you're able to access more aspects of yourself. It's interesting how the brain does that. The way I like to view it is, it's coming back to me because I'm ready to handle it. I'm ready to think about it again. I'm on good terms with my parents now that I'm 26 and out of the house. I visit them at least once a month. But as I observe a lot of my coping mechanisms now and can easily attribute it to how I coped when I was younger, maybe I'm overanalyzing things, but since doing your exercises, it's been a bit easier to redirect my old coping skills into new one. Though at times I do slip up. That's normal. That's part of the process. It's like learning how to walk. Like, do you expect a baby to learn how to walk and then just like, oh yeah, now I'm gonna go run a marathon? It's like, no, you're gonna fall on your butt. It's like learning how to play a piano. It's like, just sit down and start cranking out Mozart. Failure is part of progress. But that's good, though. You just gotta keep doing what you're doing. You're getting there. Maybe it's my heart saying that I'm more equipped and capable of handling my past better. See, you already knew. You already knew. See, I went on this whole thing talking about that, and I was like, oh yeah, you already knew. You already figured it out. You were ahead of me. Maybe, all right. I just didn't realize that I had sort of rough childhood. Now looking at it in hindsight, I'm so much happier that I was and feel confident now. I have healthier tools to communicate and regulate my emotions. Let's go. This one's going on the fridge. This one's going on the fridge. This is a good one. Gold star. But no, I think you're exactly right. Your past might revisit you when you are ready to revisit it. The universe has a weird way of doing that. That sounds a little woo-woo, that sounds a little mystical, but I've noticed it to be true in my life. Good stuff. Good stuff. Now if I was your actual therapist, I would say that's great. Now give me $1,500. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. That's just the average MSRP. Just got let go from a job that's been making me sick from stress. I feel like in the grand scheme of things, this could be a good thing. If you have a job that's making you sick from stress, it's not sustainable. It's not a sustainable job. Like, in the moment, it probably doesn't feel that good, but it might actually feel a little good. Might actually feel like a bit of relief. That moment where you realize it's like, oh, I never have to go to that place ever again. And in the future, you may even have some bad dreams where you were back at that job. That's the kind of stuff that happens too. Anybody ever had that happen? You have a dream and it's like, I was back at my old job. I've had dreams where I was back at my old job, but they changed the time clock, and I was like, how do you get this time clock to work? I need to clock in, I'm gonna be late, but there was no one there to help me. It happens to you all the time, right? Like work dreams are funny. Like I've worked at restaurants, and then I would have dreams that I was back at the restaurant working. And then in the dream you just have some weird issue you're trying to deal with. It's like, I need to total up this table's check, but I just keep getting the math wrong. That's because you can't really do math or reading that well when you're dreaming. The other type of dream that I'll sometimes have is it's finals time in school, and I just remembered that I had this class on my schedule, and I had forgotten to show up all semester. Whoops. You know, the other day I had a dream that I was in a math class and Casey was there, and I was like, Casey, let me copy your homework. I forgot to do my homework, but she didn't let me copy. She didn't let me copy her answers. And she said, aw, I told her about it, and she's like, aw, I probably would have been copying off of your homework. I was like, yeah, but not in this dream. In this dream, I didn't do my homework. Hey, Joshua, in chat. Chat, everybody say hi. I might have asked this before, but I can't remember the answer, lol. Oh, yeah, I remember this one. But yeah, I'll revisit it. Let's do it. My brother is expecting a baby, and the shower is this Sunday. He's no longer in contact with our family, but I'm bringing several gifts. My mom also made something handmade to give them. How should I go about giving my brother and his wife the gift at the shower? Should I just leave it without mentioning anything, or let them know it's from her? I'm not sure what to do. My mom said it's okay if they don't accept it, but she wanted to offer it anyway. Side note, my parents weren't invited and aren't supposed to know about the shower. However, my family is aware since my cousin is also attending. Yeah, I remember we talked about this one, and you know, the relationship that was there between your mom and your sibling, and you were tired of being the in-between. I would say that. Like, first off, let me just say what I would do. Let me just say what I would do. I would include the blanket amongst the gifts that I was giving, but I wouldn't talk to my brother about it until later. I would wait until we could talk one-on-one, and then I would talk to him about it. You don't want it to be like you're creating a scene at this party. Like, hey, by the way, this blanket's from Mom. She wasn't supposed to be here or know about it. I think that, you know, there's no harm in like including the gift and then just not telling them who it's from until later. I don't really see the harm in that. I say let them know. You will avoid conflict more if you don't surprise them. It's not necessarily surprising them in the same way as like I don't know. You're still talking to them about it and you're still telling them about it. You're just trying to find the right time and place to do that. So I'm thinking like a couple days after the party, it's like, hey, brother, it's good to see you. Let's go get coffee. Let's go get lunch. And then you go meet up. And then while you're there, you're meeting up outside of the party, you can talk about it. Like, hey, by the way, you remember that blanket from the party? I didn't want to make a scene or anything, but I just wanted to let you know that Mom made that blanket. And she just wanted you to have it. So whatever you want to do with it, that's your choice. But I just wanted to let you know. That's how I would handle it. Other people would handle it differently, and that's fine. You know, there are different ways that you can cook that egg. I just think that I'm worried he might shun me like he did to my parents. If your brother decides to shun you over a blanket, then he's got his own things that he needs to work through. But I think that it would be best to just talk about it with just him, like just one-on-one as siblings. It's like when people go off and they have, you know, relationships and they get married and like they have a problematic relationship with a parent, it's like the partner in that relationship generally doesn't do much to help mend that relationship. I mean, they could, but sometimes they also are like, no, you shouldn't talk to them anymore. You should talk to me. You know, it's dumb, but he's a sensitive guy, it seems. They got mad. I told my parents they were having a kid, even though they posted it on Facebook. Alright, well, at that point, okay. It's like, at that point, if he gets mad about the blanket, just have him talk to me. Have him talk to me. We'll figure it out. I'll talk to him. I'm like, okay. I understand the importance of consent, but also a baby blanket is probably one of the least offensive items that I can think of in the existence of the world. It's like, how dare you give me that baby blanket without my consent? Like, it's a baby blanket. The least offensive item that I can think of. You think you're right here? And I can see where you're coming from, Cutie Cheeks, but let me just say why I would wait. This is why I would wait until after instead of before. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. If you tell them ahead of time, oh, hey, by the way, I'm bringing a baby blanket from mom, that's just going to hype it up for them. That's just going to stoke that flame. That's my perspective. Like, I'm just trying to put myself into Luna Blossom's position. I'm trying to put myself into the position of the brother as well. I feel like they might know when they open at the party. And you just say, oh, that's from me. You just say, oh, that's from me. Do you like it? I feel like we both have our valid ways of handling this. I feel like there are different ways that you can approach this situation. I have my style. Like, if eventually in the future you did want to bridge that gap and you did want to try to help them rekindle their relationship, I would try to do it with not both parents at the same time, but just the one parent that they would be more likely to re-engage with. Like, either just mom or dad. If you are all there, it feels like an intervention. Like, what you want is to be able to allow them to have a discussion between two adults. Not one adult and both of their parents. I'm the sibling who cut off their parents and my siblings still talk to them. I would have been upset if I was giving something from my mother and not told it was from her. Here's the thing, though. He's gonna get upset possibly either way, and so the question is, do you want to get him upset before the party or after the party? Because he's gonna get upset either way. Potentially. I think there's a potential to use this sort of blanket as a way of like trying to extend an olive branch. And so there's a time and a place. What if I wait till the party is over and then give the blanket? That works too. But I would try to do it when it's just you and your brother, if possible. The more adults that are going to be there, the more opinions they're going to have, and the more complicated it's going to be. And if you're talking to your brother and his wife at the same time, in that moment, he's probably going to be more likely to side with whatever his wife says. Just because that's just how people work. It's like if you're in a room with your partner and you're talking about a third person who's not in the room that you're both mad at, it's like, yeah, you're not going to just be like, you know what, I'm not mad at that person anymore. I think it should just be between siblings. Like at the party, just be like, hey, let's go get lunch sometime. Just set up a time where just the two of you can talk about it. I feel like that's probably the best way. Ooh. Sorry, I missed it. I had an ad. Okay. So we've talked about it for a minute, and I think that the general consensus is wait until after the party, find a time where it can just be you and your brother. Like maybe go out for coffee, go out for lunch, you know, maybe a couple days, maybe a week after the party. You can use the party as an opportunity to schedule that next meetup. And at that point, you'll be able to talk about it. You'll have more control over the environment. You don't want to put a person in a position where it's like, hey, you want to talk about interpersonal conflict between our family members? Like when they're already trying to be in party mode? It's like, no, let them be in party mode. But if the two of you go out and you give him this blanket and he doesn't take it well, then bring him here. I'll talk to him. Bring him here. I'll talk to him. Be like, hey, listen, it's a baby blanket. Of all of the things in the world to get mad about, a baby blanket is probably the last thing worthy of getting that upset about. If I had to list all of the least offensive objects in the world, baby blanket would probably be near the top of that list. "36-year-old man needs a talking to." Well, I turned 36 soon. I'm going to be 36 this year. So we can talk about it. 36-year-old man to 36-year-old man. If I, as a non-religious person, decide to pray to God for specific issues, am I allowed to talk to him, or do I have to believe in him to do it? Also, is it rude to ask him for favors, or do I have to also worship him sometimes, or how does that work? LMAO. My brother in Christ, you are asking questions that we have been trying to figure out for the last 50,000 years. But here's the thing. Me personally, I believe that spirituality and religion is something that is unique to you. I feel like it's all about what is your relationship with your creator. Everybody else, that's up to them. That's their own speculation. I feel like to believe, like, I used to be like an atheist, mostly because it just was the thing to do at the time. It was edgy. It's like you see a lot of people praying and you're just like, don't these idiots know that there's no God? Made you feel cool. But what I've discovered within myself is that spirituality is something that is unique to you. It's something that is about what is your relationship with whatever it is that you believe in. To believe in something is more beneficial to you than not believing in anything. It brings a lot more sense of purpose and satisfaction to your life if you believe that this is for something. There's something going on here that's bigger than me. I just like to ask the universe. Like if I need something or if I need guidance, I just throw it out in the universe and see what sticks. Also, you bring up an interesting point here that some people in life who will go their entire life but not be religious, in those darkest moments when they've got nowhere else to turn to, they turn to their creator. The answer to this depends on your denomination. Yep. For me, I'm not big into the Abrahamic religions. The Abrahamic religions would be, anything that's based on, like, the Bible, Old Testament, New Testament, the Mormon Testament, the Book of Mormon. Because here's the thing, all of those rules, all of those guidelines, all of those things that are cooked into organized religion, like, people made that up. That was made up by people. What about Islam? Islam is also an Abrahamic religion. It would also be included as an Abrahamic religion. At the end of the night, I try to show gratitude for those who have given me their energy by returning that energy to them in prayer. I don't know. That's incredibly based. You're not allowed to think negatively of yourself anymore. That's forbidden. Next time you catch yourself being mean to yourself, I need you to remind yourself that's forbidden. It's against the rules. Can I get a bonk? Yeah. If you were to describe like my religious beliefs, the closest thing that I could tie it to would be Taoism or Taoism. It's a bit philosophy, it's a bit religion. There's a book that was written by Lao Tzu called the Tao Te Ching. It's a good book. You should check it out. There's a lot of overlap between Taoism and Buddhism, and it's because hundreds or thousands of years ago, there was a lot of like influence between the two. So if you think of like the yin yang, the idea that there is darkness in the light and light in the darkness, being in a flow state, just being in tune with the universe, the art of doing by not doing, that's the kind of stuff I vibe with. Honestly, Eastern religions, if I'm being honest, Eastern religions are a lot cooler than a lot of like Western religions. A lot of Western religions are like, hey, if you're a dude, don't kiss dudes, or we're gonna burn you forever. Whereas Eastern religions are like, just be cool, just chill, like just vibe. Like, don't push so hard. Just go with the flow. Western religions are, yeah, you're right, they are based around a lot of guilt and punishment. It's like Catholicism. Have you ever gone to a Catholic church? If you go to a Catholic church, that's where you see bloody Jesus all over the place. Like, there's a lot of guilt cooked into Catholicism. Like, Catholic guilt is it's a real thing. And you see that in a lot of those organized Western religions. It's like, you should feel bad about who you are. We're still trying to pay off the original sin. God's still mad at you. Also, if you don't chop off the tip of your penis and dip some water on your head, you're also going to hell. Sorry, it's the rules. You think that God is likely present in nature? Guess what? Guess who's also a part of nature? If God is present in nature, guess who's also a part of nature? I like to believe that we are all just a tiny little manifestation of a tiny little part of something much bigger. Whether it be a human, a dog, a tree, a fish. You know, anything that is alive. Like, we are the universe experiencing itself. It's like, what is the point? Why are we all here? What is right? What is wrong? It's like the universe is trying to figure that out too. And that's what we're here for. We're here to help the universe figure out what's the best way to live. Jesus paid for our sins. Right? It's like, if you're not out there sinning, Jesus died for nothing. If you're not out there sinning, so go out, be gay, do crimes. Otherwise, Jesus died for nothing. You're gonna look up transcendentalism? Makes me think of transatlanticism. A core belief is in the inherent goodness of people and nature, and while society and its institutions have corrupted the purity of the individual, people are at their best when truly self-reliant and independent. I believe it. I'm in. Sign me up. I think I'm going to start a church one day, mostly so that I don't have to pay taxes anymore. I hope you're okay with that. Consider converting to Breganism today. Not the church at our compound. I'm like, we're not going to be doing anything weird or creepy. I just don't want to pay taxes because the federal government sucks. Gives us more money to have a swimming pool. Alright, maybe we will do some weird stuff. Maybe we will go do a drum circle out in the woods. Maybe we will do some pagan shit, and we will wear deer bones and we'll scream. But it's optional. Jim Jones sold monkeys door to door? What the fuck kind of... What the fuck? Can you imagine that kind of impulse purchase? Like, hey, I'm a monkey salesman. Thought you might like to buy a monkey. Like, you know what? This money was just burning a hole in my pocket. I'd love a primate. My dad said that pet monkeys that people mail ordered was a thing in the 50s or 60s. This is what happens when you put lead in gasoline. This is what happens when you put lead in gasoline and you get a whole generation of people just doing dumb shit. Like, why are we putting hot dogs in Jell-O? Hi Josh, hope you're doing well. I'm doing alright. It's Friday, I'm feeling good. I might go make another cup of coffee, but I got no complaints. I feel like a bad person for what I'm about to say, but here goes nothing. I'm in a relationship and I don't know how I actually feel about my boyfriend. We started dating while I was in a period of my life where I felt lonely, and as embarrassing as it is to say, I craved male validation and attention. Both are things I'm still working on. Alright, before I continue, I just want to make some things clear. First off, not a bad person. Like, did you assault someone? Did you murder anybody? Like, no, you're just a human trying to figure out your feelings, trying to figure out life. These things don't make you a bad person, they just make you a person. Also, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Wanting validation and attention in a relationship is normal. Isn't that the whole point of having a relationship? Feeling validated and having attention? I mean, it's not the only thing about a relationship, but it's an important part of it. Like, relationships where you don't have validation and attention feel really bad. Anyway. It's been almost 2 years now, and I think I'm realizing how I actually feel about him. Obviously, I care about him, and I do like him as a person, I just don't know if I'm actually attracted to him and would see myself have a long-term relationship with him, which is kind of a relationship we wanted to have, where we wanted / have. I kinda got with him out of desperation, so I didn't really care about those things at the start. I just wanted to be in a relationship, which now looking back is so fucking stupid. No. Well, okay. I feel like you're being a bit harsh on yourself. I feel like you're being a bit hard on yourself, if I'm being honest. We've all been there. It's part of the process. Not to mention I'm 20, so sometimes I feel resentment towards him because I'm not doing things I'd want to while I'm young, which makes me feel awful when I actually think about it. I have a question for you. Has anyone ever told you that you overthink? Has anyone ever told you that you might be an overthinker? Like, this is exactly the time in your life when you should be trying to figure out what it is that you want in life. These are the exact type of choices and mistakes and things that you are supposed to be figuring out at this point in time. Just saying. Like, if there's anybody here who's watching who's 20 or you're in your 20s, don't feel bad about doing dumb shit. It's a time in your life where doing dumb shit is part of the routine, it's part of the process. Like, how else are you going to learn? How else are you going to grow? You can't expect yourself to just be perfect. You can't expect yourself to do everything the way that you're supposed to do it while you're still learning what to do. I know this could be solved simply by talking to him about it, but he's still very much in the honeymoon phase, and he freaks out really easily when I start to talk about our relationship in that way. So I feel like I can't talk to him about these things, especially now that he's kind of going through a depressive time and I have to be there for him. I don't want to cause him pain, and I don't know what he would do if we broke up right now. I feel like such a shitty fucking person thinking about this whole thing. I don't know what to do. His moods, his emotions, his feelings, you know, those are his responsibility. Like, you can be there for him, you can help him, but at the end of the day, those are his to deal with. So don't let somebody being depressed stop you from ending a relationship if you feel like the relationship should end. Because guess what? They're gonna sniff it out. They're gonna know. And then they're gonna realize that, oh yeah, this emotional dependency, this keeps them around. They won't leave me. This is one of the ways that sometimes people will keep a relationship going if the relationship just isn't really working the way that it should. The person will become more emotionally dependent. Maybe they're not doing it intentionally. Maybe they're doing it, you know, unconsciously. That happens. I'm not saying that people always do this stuff knowing full well what it is that they're doing, but sometimes we can be emotionally manipulative without realizing that we are being emotionally manipulative. So the fact that he's avoidant of talking about your relationship, that's a red flag. Especially if these are things that you feel like you need to talk about. And now you can't talk about it even more because he's going through a depressive phase. And you have to be there to support him. Like, so what happens when he's not depressed anymore? Is he going to be ready to talk about it? Or is he still not going to want to talk about it? If he gets out of the depressive phase and he feels fine again, and then you do break up, it's like, is he just going to get depressed again? It's like, at some point, you got to look at the bigger picture. It's like, and it's like, if this isn't working, then it's probably for the best for both of you to find something that works better. It's like, clearly, because from your perspective, things need work, and from his perspective, he doesn't want to work on things. And so that's failure to launch. Also, you're not a shitty fucking person for looking out for your own best interest, so let me just tell you. Will I get kidnapped if I go to a Tantra speed dating event? I don't know, of all the things to get kidnapped from, that doesn't sound so bad. Let me just remind you again, you are not a bad person for looking out for your own best interests. I almost want to yell it, but I'm not going to yell. So just imagine that I'm yelling. You are not a bad person for looking out for your own best interests. You'll feel even worse if you find yourself a year or two down the road and you're like, why didn't I end things when I could have? Now I'm in even deeper. And it just gets messier and it just gets more difficult. So just take some time to think about it. Just take some time to think about it. Just ask your gut. Ask your heart what it feels, you know. Don't just ask your brain. And I'm not saying he's doing this on purpose or anything, but I have just seen situations where it's like somebody in a relationship will just be depressed. And then the other person feels like they can't leave because the other person is depressed. This doesn't really give the person much motivation to not be depressed anymore, especially if they have issues with being abandoned. You've had multiple friends in these situations, right? It's like, you don't want this relationship to turn into a codependency. If you're not familiar, let's just... And I'm not saying you're in a codependent relationship. That's not what I'm trying to say. I just want you to be wary of what the signs of codependency are in a relationship. Here are some signs that you might be in a codependent relationship. If you learn to recognize the signs of a codependent relationship, you can create healthier relationships. Codependent relationships often leave you feeling frustrated, exhausted, and unfulfilled. And it also reinforces a belief that you might be defective or unworthy. So here are some signs. Number 1, you're overly concerned about what the other person is doing, thinking, and feeling, and you want to fix or rescue them from their problems. You worry that if you don't take care of them, something bad will happen. What does codependent mean? Typically, in a codependent relationship, you have one person who is the giver and another person who is the taker. You become codependent, meaning the person who identifies as the giver starts to identify with that role in the relationship, and likewise the person who is the taker starts to identify with that role in the relationship. Number 2, your relationship is consistently one-sided. One person is hardworking and responsible, and the other is allowed to be irresponsible or avoid the consequences of their actions. You may enable or make excuses for the other person's poor choices. Number 3, you sacrifice yourself to make the other person happy. This can include your health, time, energy, money, values, goals, or friendships. Your life revolves around the other person, making them happy, taking care of them, doing what they want to do. You walk on eggshells around the other person, afraid of doing or saying something that will displease or anger them. As a result, you may not express your opinions, share your feelings, or ask for what you want. And to avoid conflict, you may say yes to things that you don't want to or that don't align with your values or goals. Number 5, you act like a martyr, taking care of everyone and everything, but resentful that no one helps or seems to care for you. Number 6, your need to fix or rescue becomes controlling. You attempt to control the other person's behavior through criticism, ultimatums, nagging, or giving unsolicited advice. You continue your relationship even after the other person has repeatedly hurt you, whether it be physically, emotionally, financially, etc. Number 8, you spend more time taking care of others than taking care of yourself. And when you do something for yourself, like rest, enjoy a hobby, or practice self-care, you feel guilty or selfish. Number 9, you're afraid of being rejected, criticized, or abandoned. And number 10, you often feel resentful, frustrated, taken advantage of, or unfulfilled. I've noticed you often mention consciousness. I'm curious, do you believe consciousness is primarily our awareness, intentionality, and experiences, or do you think it might be something beyond ourselves? Thanks. Ooh, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. For most people, at a base level, when you talk about consciousness, it's pretty much interchangeable with awareness. You can be more or less aware, just like you can be more or less conscious. But beyond that, me personally, since you're asking what I believe that consciousness is something that exists in all life to some degree. Like, think about the cells inside of your body. They're just doing the things that they do in complete darkness. All of those microbes and cells and little bacterium, they're just dooting away. I believe that consciousness is something that you tune into. Instead of thinking of consciousness as a byproduct of your brain, imagine consciousness as something that you tune into. Consciousness isn't created in your brain. Consciousness is something that your brain tunes into like an antenna. That's kind of how I feel. Because when you look at consciousness and you look at life, you can see varying degrees of consciousness across the entire spectrum of nature. Like, think about trees. Think about a tree. Would you say that a tree has a certain level of consciousness? Maybe if you don't know much about trees, you might say a tree doesn't have consciousness. Hey, Only Positive Vibe, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for the 6 months. Oh yeah, by the way, everybody, sub prices go up in like a month, so if you want to get a discount on your subs while you can consider subscribing in advance. So here's the thing about trees that you might not know. Trees communicate to other trees, and they communicate through the mycelial network, a vast web of fungal cells that form a web within the soil. Did you know that mother trees can redirect nutrients to their baby trees? If there are other trees near them that are sick, trees will redirect nutrients to them. So if that to me sounds like consciousness. And I feel like consciousness is something that nature works towards, because there are certain patterns that repeat within nature. Like the fungus within the mycelium network in the ground looks a lot like the connections of all the neurons in your brain. It's the same pattern. You know, we are actually more related to mushrooms than we are to plants. Around maybe 1.5 billion or 2 billion years ago, something like that, we actually split off our common ancestors. We decided that we want to digest our food internally, whereas fungi decided, you know what, we're just going to eat food outside of our body. Twitch told a certain streamer not to tell anyone that. Well, they didn't tell me not to tell anyone that. With the upcoming price increase in subs, apparently it will be cheaper to subscribe on mobile for some time, so don't forget it. If you're interested in expanding your consciousness, just give it a try. Try some transcendental meditation. Try some transcendental meditation. Just try to trace the light of your consciousness back to the source. The light behind all consciousness. And just try to be consciousness. And just see where that takes you. I'm about to upset a lot of people, I promise. Are you about to shit your pants? It's like, oh, I'm about to shart. People are about to get mad. I put my life story in a question and I'm making you help me solve it. I gotcha. I gotcha. Hello, Papa. Papa. I wanted to share something with you. A friend of mine is trying to slowly set me up with his best friend, who lives in Texas while I'm in Canada. We all play games together almost every day, and his friend is incredibly sweet and nice. Recently, my friend mentioned that his best friend is coming to Canada in October and suggested that I should meet him. They even went out of their way to book a soccer game for us all to go to when he's here. This news has me feeling giddy and excited. Hey. Oh.
I got some like heavy glass ashtrays too. Like $8.
Nice. Looks like Atticus. She got an Atticus. This news has me feeling giddy and excited. It's a bit embarrassing because I don't know him like that yet, and we don't often talk, just the two of us. Despite this, I find myself daydreaming about him. Is it normal to start imagining a future with someone I barely know? Yes. People do that all the time. Especially if you're single. You'll be walking on the street, you'll be at the grocery store, and you see somebody, and then in that moment it's just like, huh, wonder what our life could be like together. It's kind of just one of the things that the brain does. Well, it's normal. It's even more normal to do this with people that you don't know yet, believe it or not. It's easier to create a narrative about a person in your head when you don't know that person very well, or at all. Because they can just be whoever you want them to be in your head. So yeah, is it normal to imagine your future with somebody you barely know? Yeah, people do it all the time. I've done it. Probably everybody in chat has done it at some point. It's just something that your brain does because your brain just likes to speculate about what the future could be like. And that's just one of the ways that it does it. I always seem to do this when I start liking someone. Totally normal. Maybe it's a trauma response, but I'm not sure what to do, lol. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's a trauma response. This sounds pretty normal to me. This is something that a lot of people do. And it's like you said, it's almost just like daydreaming. It's harmless. When it starts to become worrisome is when it's like, oh, I'm obsessing about this person, or it's like, the only thing I can think about is this person, or, oh, I need to be with them so bad, my dream life is waiting for me, if only I was with this person, but they don't know I exist. That's when it becomes problematic. So I would say, you're asking yourself, what do I do? Just try to have fun. Go in with no expectations. The only expectation that you should have is, I'm going to have fun. Everything else, everything beyond that is just a bonus. And the brain idealizes. This is true. It's true. The brain does idealize. And, sometimes you will meet somebody or you'll have somebody that you're really interested and you idolize them. You put them up on a pedestal. And it creates an unrealistic expectation of that person. So the only thing you can really do is just try to have fun, get to know them better, and see where things go. Don't worry so much about how things will end up. You'll worry about that when you get there. Just try to have fun. Just be in the moment. Just try to have a good time. It's really easy to fall for the idea of a person. But the actual person themselves always comes with a bit more complications. How can I deal with guilt? I got you. When it comes to dealing with guilt, the first thing we want to go back over, the first thing we want to talk about is, why do we experience guilt in the first place? Why does guilt exist? Why is guilt something that our brain is capable of feeling? Why does guilt exist? Guilt exists as a way of trying to modify our behavior. Guilt exists so that we can learn from our past actions and then change our behaviors in the future. Now, the thing about guilt, it's not always accurate. It's not always correct. And sometimes we hold on to it for much longer than we need to. Guilt is there to try to help us to do better and to be better, but it doesn't always do it as efficiently or effectively as you would like. So when it comes to dealing with guilt, I would just go over it and just try to sort through it and just ask yourself, why do I feel guilty about, this thing that happened or this thing that I said or whatever it was? Let's say maybe I was hurtful, maybe I was rude, maybe I took out my anger on someone and I feel guilty about it. Like, okay. Now what do I want to do about these feelings of guilt? Like, well, the feelings of guilt exist because you feel bad about doing the thing that you did. Are you still doing the thing that you did? Are you still acting in a guilt-inducing way? If not, it's okay to let that guilt go. You learned your lesson. You corrected the error. You don't need to beat yourself up forever for your past mistakes. And that being said, this just applies to guilt over things that we have actually done or said. Another thing that I like to consider when it comes to dealing with guilt is, does the other person, like maybe I hurt somebody's feelings and that's why I feel guilty? It's like, do they still remember it? Are they still hurting about it? Have they already forgotten about it? Maybe I'm the only one who remembers. There will also be times in your life where you are made to feel guilty when you actually didn't do anything. It's like I've corrected it and everything, and I'm trying my best to continue down this path to become better, but for some reason it keeps popping up in my brain. Every time it pops up in your brain, just remind yourself, I am working on letting this guilt go. And then every time it pops up, it'll be a little bit smaller. You just gotta, that's how your brain works. Your brain will keep popping things up, and you just gotta keep, it's just like a pop-up. Just like a pop-up on your computer. You just gotta keep Xing out of it. You just gotta keep Xing out of it until eventually it stops popping up. Like, oh, I already forgave myself for that. Try this. Try this. Repeat after me. I forgive myself for being human. Whatever it is that I feel this guilt about, I forgive myself. I have learned and I have grown. And then the next time you find yourself feeling guilty, maybe it's in a couple days, maybe it's in a couple weeks, who knows? You can look back and say, oh yeah, I already forgave myself for that. if you want to think a different way about something, you have to practice that new way of thinking. And then you just have to continue doing it until the new way of thinking sticks. That's how our brain works. As weird as that might sound, or as frustrating as that might be, repetition is everything. Just think about it. There are people out there who drive themselves crazy. They will just obsess about a thought, and they will just continue to think it, and they will just spiral out. You can drive yourself crazy. You can also drive yourself sane. So just try to go in that direction, I guess. Also, it might also be helpful whenever you are in the process of, like, reminding yourself that I'm letting go of this guilt, take a nice deep breath too. Just take a big relaxing breath and just I'm letting this go. Like, some of the things in life that you want to let go of are going to be easy to let go of. Some of them are going to be really sticky and you're going to have to shake them off your hand. And then every once in a while you're going to find a speck of it or a little bit that's still stuck to you and you're like, oh, I thought I let go of this already. Oh, I guess I didn't get all of it. If you have a hard time letting things go, what I would recommend is practice letting things go. It'll become easier to let go of the difficult stuff if you practice by letting go of the stuff that's easy to let go of. So maybe you're too hard on yourself. Maybe you're always putting yourself down. Maybe you have a negative self-image. Maybe that's something that's good to start practicing letting go of. Tell me something you like about yourself. Whenever you catch yourself thinking negatively about yourself, try to think nice about yourself as well. Try to balance it out. Also, remind yourself that your ability to learn and grow from feeling guilt is part of what makes you a good person. Alright, this is a long question, but it's not the longest question I've seen. We've had longer. But it's... Like, do I want to get another coffee before I start this question is the question for me. I think so. I think I do. Yeah, I want to go top off my coffee before I get to the next question. Hey, look, it's me. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some coffee. I'll be right back to those questions. If you've got a question, make sure to drop it in that question box. We'll be taking all the questions today. I will be right back. I'm just gonna go get some more coffee. Beaver. What do you think of these animals, Beaver? What do you think? You're too big to sit on my desk now, I fear. You've outgrown it. Isn't he handsome? What's his name? His name is Beavis, but I call him Beaver. He's Beavis. I'm Butthead. Alright, here we go. Honestly, where to start? Do I talk about where I'm at now, or do I give a brief story? This is a question that a lot of people find themselves asking themselves whenever they are like talking to a therapist or, you know, just revisiting their life, trying to figure things out. It's like, oh, where do I even begin? It doesn't matter. That's the answer. It doesn't matter where you begin, it just matters that you do begin. You could talk about how you feel in this moment today and the stuff that you're struggling with. You could go back in your history and talk about everything that happened to you in grades K through 12. Doesn't matter. It just matters that you do start. That's what matters. The first step is always the hardest step, as we say. Well, let's get off with I'm a dirt spoon baby. I've always wanted a lot as a kid, just like every kid, but I want to say I was a little different. I caught the hand of disability at a young age, and I don't want to say it helped me personally, but it helped out other people. I lived in a single-parent household with a sibling. Bet you can't guess what being a dependent got me. Golden child syndrome once I started having those government-funded checks. My mother treated me well, like I was the golden child. I got everything I ever wanted, and it sure got to my head. Hey, who are you growling at? Nobody out there. It's another false alarm. Who could have guessed? Another false alarm with these dogs? No way. Yeah, when they said dirt spoon, I'm assuming that it was the opposite of like a silver spoon. Some parents, especially parents who don't have a lot of like money, they look at their value as a parent but as like, what can I get my kid? Like, what can I buy my kid? Like, some people view that as what makes them a good parent. It's like, well, I always got you the nice clothes and I always got you the nice shoes. Like, but in the long run, that's really not what matters. Giving your child everything they want doesn't make you a good parent. You need to give a child everything that they need. If you gave a child everything that they want, this is letting the child be the parent. Fast forward to school. I don't know if it was related to the Golden Syndrome, but I definitely should have been held back a lot in school. But, you know, the mix of being told I could do no wrong, reinforced by my mother's thinking. Shit, I barely even passed high school. You did, though. You did. C's get degrees. C's get degrees. My school days were filled with wishful thinking and tantrums. I figured I could rely on government-funded assistance once I got out, and that itself was sort of the case. You know, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, poor, pity me. I suppose it's more of a vent. I want people's opinions. I want them to tell me what I could be doing better. I seek guidance of being told I'm doing all right. I'm not, though. I got guidance for you. Let's continue. Let's see where this goes. I don't know my father's side of the family. I barely even know my mother's side. I lost connection with my half-brother years ago. My last saving grace of a family thinks I'm a lost cause. I'm essentially that thing your parents tell you not to be when you grow up. I have no driver's license. I took the class, I took the test, failed, and refused to do it anymore. Alright. Before I keep going, I'm going to say that yes, this does tie into your golden child syndrome, and I will tell you why. Golden child syndrome, you can do no wrong. This is also something that you see with kids who put in gifted classes at school, and then as adults they find themselves lacking in motivation because you're so used to things being easy for you that when something is hard for you, you just find a reason to give up or quit rather than keep trying. You're used to just doing things without failing. But failure is part of success, so you have to try again. Exactly. Failure is a part of growing. Failure is a part of success. No one who is successful didn't have failures along the way. And so if you're going to let your failures tell you how to live, that is what makes you a failure. If you fail and just give up and not try anymore, that is what makes you a failure. So being a failure is not about failing, it's about not being willing to try again. I took the test, failed, and refused to do it anymore. Either because I couldn't work up the courage to do it again because I was so sure I would fail, or because, again, I thought I'd never need it. It's not about if you need it or not, it's about, hey, do you want a driver's license? Do you want to be able to drive in case your mind changes in the future? Like, is that something you want to be able to do? All I have is a government ID to my name. That's it. And now that I'm finally grown up, I've seen the folly in my life that I alone failed to try to improve. I'm 25 plus years old, and for the first time, I'm getting my own home instead of being a dependent. That's good. Better late than never, you know? Your life moves at its own pace. Don't judge yourself based on how other people live their lives. Just compare yourself to yourself. How am I doing now versus what I was doing in the past? Like, I've worked with people who didn't have their driver's license in their 30s, in their 40s, in their 50s. But I've also known people who have gotten their driver's license in their 30s. All you need is somebody who's good at teaching you how to drive to teach you how to drive, and then the rest is actually easy. I will give my dad credit on that. He was a good teacher, and he did have me very prepared for the driver's test, which I barely passed. Driving is actually a really good example of something that you can learn that involves a process known as parallel processing. Parallel processing is the art of learning to do more than one thing at a time, but in the end it feels like you're doing one thing. So in learning how to drive, it's not just learning how to drive. It's learning, how do I handle the wheel? How do I work the pedals? How do I use the mirrors? How do I shift gears? How do I use the turn signal? Where's the windshield wiper? You have to learn all of those things, and then you have to be able to do them all at the same time. The way that your brain does this is through a process that we refer to as parallel processing. You're learning to do individual tasks on their own, and then you combine them, and then it feels like you're doing one thing. But in reality, you're actually doing 5 things at the same time. But it only feels like you're doing one thing. And then it's a good example for how to look at a lot of skills in life. It's like, what are the different skills within a larger skill that I need to learn? Because this goes for anything. This could be, how do I handle my social anxiety? Like, how do I interact with people at a party? How do I go grocery shopping? How do I make friends? How do I resolve a conflict with a friend or a family member? It's not just one skill, it's a dozen tiny little skills. But hey, congratulations on getting your own home instead of being independent. That's good. You know, like, good for you. Finally taking your first steps. I mean, I see this as a win. I see this as a W. I see this as, better late than never. I see this as, you live life at your pace. Like, if you want to see more success in life, you have to learn how to celebrate your successes. That's what helps to give you the motivate to keep working and keep going. But if you have a success and you're just like, that wasn't that much of a success, then you have not given yourself any motivation to move on to the next success. Because you've taught yourself that when I am successful at something, it must have been due to outside factors. It must have been because of something else that happened. It must have been, I should have done it sooner. It's like, no, you did it when you did it, and that's what matters. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is right now. I don't like driving, but you can learn to like it. This is another misconception that people make, is that if I don't like something or if I didn't like something, that I will never like that thing. It's like, just like your taste buds change and you develop tastes for different flavors across the span of your life, your feelings about other things will change too. Like, you don't see a lot of teenagers listening to jazz music. But you see a lot of adults or older people who are really into it. It's just one of those things. Your tastes change. Your feelings on things change. Look at driving as more than driving. Driving is independence. Driving is freedom. Driving is autonomy. Driving is me having a sense of agency and control in my life. It's not just a thing to do. It's more than that. I've exhausted all my resources, everything. I have no friends, like physical friends I could couch up with or fall back on if I needed it. I've seen the life that people close to me are living, and honestly, I'm jealous. Entirely, and I have thought of giving up my disability to try for that life. It's not about the money, it's the fulfillment. I get to see my uncle works a line job from 5 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday, and he is happy with his life. I'm at a crossroads of, do I make that leap? That leap could very well make or break the fabric of my life. It doesn't have to be a leap, actually. It doesn't have to be a leap. When you feel like it's a leap, it's a lot scarier. But in reality, what you're trying to work on is you're trying to find the next step. It could be a small step. But the thing is, if you're not used to making steps, a small step feels like a leap. You gotta make that step, or you gotta take that leap, knowing that even if you fall, you have it within you to get back up and try again. Hey, Penny. Peter. You want to be on my lap? Okay. I used to love listening to Katy Perry, but now every song I hear from her sounds mediocre at best. It's like, no, your tastes just change. Like, some of the stuff I listened to as a teenager, it's like, I could never go back and listen to it again. Or maybe but like, not in all seriousness, or not at that same level. It's like, your tastes change. And typically, as you grow older, you develop a more sophisticated palate. Whether it be for music or food or movies or whatever. It's like you learn what your tastes are and you become more refined. Anyway. I'm at a crossroads of, do I make that leap? That one leap that could very well make or break the fabric of my life? Again, maybe. We're putting a lot into this next step. It's like, realistically, will it make or break the fabric of your life? Probably not. Will it allow you to make some changes? Will things be different? Oh, absolutely. But I don't feel like any one decision... I won't say always. But most of the time, your life doesn't hinge on one single decision that you make. Most of the time. Obviously, there are some decisions that people make that's like, oh yeah, that definitely changed the entire course of your life. But most of the time, life is more flexible. I want to have some kind of fulfillment in my life. I don't know if I can sit on my ass all my life receiving income for having a mental disorder. It's not even a big one. I have ADHD, poor eyesight, and tinnitus. I can function as a normal person, but I don't, and I am the scum of the earth for it. This gives me some more insight into how you view yourself. I don't feel like... I disagree with you. I disagree with you. If you believe that about yourself, it will shape your behavior. You will treat yourself the way that you feel that you deserve to be treated. And if you view yourself as the scum of the earth, you're going to treat yourself like you would treat someone who is the scum of the earth. You need to treat yourself as if you are someone who has potential, as someone who can make good choices, as someone who wants to have a sense of agency and autonomy and independence in their life. You aren't your job. Honestly, I wish that universal basic income existed so that no one had to work if they didn't have to. People should only work if they want to work. If you only had people working, people who wanted to work, you would still have people doing all of the jobs that need to get done. You would have more than enough people. Because people like to work. People like to feel productive. People like to feel like they're contributing to society. Oh. Penny says, you better work. You better work. Anyway, I want you to tell me something that you like about yourself. If you're going to tell yourself that you're the scum of the earth, I need to know, and I need to hear from you, what are some things that you like about yourself? Because it's that aspect of you, the person who's able to actually want to do well for yourself, the person who's actually able to recognize the things that you're good at and skilled at, and the things that you do contribute to the world, so that we can build off of that. What's that guy's name? Maslow. It's Maslow. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Oh, Penny. She's so sweet. I will just say that the only person here that feels like you are the scum of the earth is you. It's okay to let that idea go. It's okay to want to see yourself do well. It's okay to believe in yourself. It's okay. It's all right. I want to have a connection with people. I don't want to be looked at as the person in their family that does nothing with their life. I'm over 25, morbidly obese, nothing to look forward to in my life. I act like a clown all day, playing games and eating. It's getting to the point that the lifestyle I have has become a puzzle piece that's not a match. But at the same time, can I do it? Can I actually do it? Can I pull my boots on and work? All you gotta worry about is taking the next step. And then after you take that step, then you worry about the next step. I just don't want you to feel overwhelmed or like you're having to make some big leap because you're worried about every single step that you're gonna have to make. You just gotta take that first step and then build up some momentum and things get easier. I'm willing to give up everything just so I can have a life, but I don't know if I can do it without support. I've been so used to loafing around that not even I know what I want. Well, that's a good place to start. If you don't know what you want, figuring out what it is that you do want is a good place to start. I would recommend this. If you feel like you are overweight, and maybe working on that might give you some more feelings of confidence, go on some walks. Instead of sitting there playing games, just get up, Go outside and go walk around. And while you're walking around, just think, what do I want to do? What do I want to do with my life? What do I need to do next? What's my next step in moving towards the life I want to live? We call that walking meditation, and it's a 2-for-1. It does two things at the same time. You get a little bit of exercise, you get to go outside, experience a little bit of nature, and it also gives you time to think. Because that's what you need. You need to take some time to think and free yourself from the distractions that are preventing you from doing the thinking that you need to do. Things like TV, games, all that kind of stuff. These are all just distractions that prevent us from doing the thinking that we need to do. In this heat, impossible? Not necessarily. Just go early in the morning or go at night when it's cooler. That's what I have to do, because it's too hot once it's like 10 a.m. It gets too hot outside by 10 a.m. and then I don't go outside again until 7. But even if you go out at 7, you still got an hour or two or light, depending on where you're at. Like, it doesn't get dark here until after 9 now. How could you laugh to such a sad story? I wasn't laughing at this story. What was I laughing at? I was laughing about how I don't go outside when it's hot. You smiled like an evil dude. Yeah, that's why I do this. I do this because I'm secretly evil. You got me. You caught me. Take me away. Like, do you know me well, or are you projecting? The person who asked this question is here. You could ask them if they felt like I was laughing at them. Why don't you ask them how they feel? I'm willing to give up everything just so I can have a life, that life. But I don't know if I can do it without support. None of us can. We all need help, we all need support. We all need different levels of support. Each according to his needs. What's the rest of the quote? I forget. Is a Karl Marx quote, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. I contemplate ending it all at this point. I don't feel like I could turn my life around at all. So I apologize for being such a burden to ask you, so I'm asking, should I continue to live my life the way it's been predetermined because I was too lazy to put my own life back on track, or try to succeed in school while I was still in it? That's in the past. You can't go back into the past and change any of that. The only power and control you have right now is to change yourself right here and right now. So all that stuff that happened in the past, it's in the past, and you can't change it. The only power you have is to change yourself in this moment. So what can you do in this moment to get your life just the slightest little bit in the direction that you're trying to get it in? Or do I give it all up for the chance at seeking what I wanted all along, a life of fulfillment and people that are willing to be around me? If you want that life, you gotta build that life. If you want that life, you gotta build that life. You gotta go find it. And you're not gonna find it on your couch. The life you're wanting to live isn't just gonna show up at your door one day. It's not gonna arrive in an Amazon box. You gotta go out and find it. I don't know, this guy just matches my freakness level. Finally, somebody that can match your freak. Somebody gotta match my freak. Somebody gotta match my nasty. Actually, going back. For this questioner, before I move on to the next one, I just want to say, I believe that you have the capacity to find a life that you feel is worth living. Period. But if you want to find that life, you gotta work for it. So just take the next step in making that happen. That's all you can do. Everything that happened in the past, the hand that you were dealt, it's all irrelevant. The only thing you can do is play the hand that you were given. We believe in you. I feel like my emotional self and my thinking self aren't connected. Interesting. I've struggled with depression most of my life, and I'm actually improving a lot right now. Well, we have that in common. Welcome to the more years depressed than not depressed club. Somebody gonna match my freak. Somebody gonna match my nasty. Somebody gonna match my freak. That dog kind of freaks me out. Well, yeah, she's a freaky dog. I have dog phobia because one bit me. Can you explain? Yep. Whenever that happened, your brain made a connection between dog and pain. Dog equals pain. And your brain is naturally going to be wired to fear pain. But the same goes for anything, you know, like you could have a bike accident and you could, you know, break your arm falling off a bike, and then it's like, oh yeah, I never rode a bike again. Or a cat scratched the crap out of you. So now you're scared around cats. It's classical conditioning. I've struggled with depression most of my life, but I'm actually improving a lot right now. But I do feel like it's contributing to this. I feel disconnected to life and the world a lot. For example, I feel like I could never see people again and be just fine, and kind of excited about it. But my brain knows that's not how I really feel, and I do end up enjoying being around other people. I have an answer for this that's gonna blow your mind, and I'm just so eager to just start rambling about it, but yeah, I'm gonna ramble for a moment. I have a background in psychology. Yeah, I do. I want you to imagine your brain. Okay? Just think about your brain. Take it out of here and just imagine it in front of you real quick. Alright? Like you're looking at it on a screen, or maybe you got a little 3D model. Maybe you got one made out of Play-Doh, a little replica of your brain. I don't know, whatever helps you imagine the physical structure of your brain. The parts of your brain that do the feeling, and the parts of your brain that think about those feelings. Two different parts of your brain. Two different parts of your brain. Baklava, thank you for subscribing. Whenever you're coming out of depression, that part of your brain that feels the feeling, it's like it's booting back up. It's like it's slowly coming back online. It's been offline, which is why you haven't been feeling things. It's why you've been feeling so numb. Depression, that's what it does. And so that part of you is warming back up. It's unthawing. It's transitioning from winter into spring. It's coming back to life. Anyway, we'll talk more about it. Let me finish this question. But my brain knows that's not how I really feel, and I do end up enjoying being around other people. But how do I make these two parts of my brain match back up? Oh, I have the exact answer. I can tell you exactly what you need to do. I'm just, like, this is just such a good question. I think I'm really good at keeping my feelings compartmentalized and dissociating from them. I've been practicing mindfulness more intentionally lately, and I'm looking into yoga more since it helps build a mind-body connection. Am I on the right track with these things? Yes. Yes, that is the way. You're gonna make it. You're like, oh my god, you're so fucking close. You're so fucking close. I just want to scream. Like, here's the thing. You're gonna have, like, you're like 2 or 3 aha moments away from being there. These are also those moments that might feel like, oh, duh. Like, why didn't I realize that sooner? You're just a couple of those away from being there. You're really close. You're in the home stretch. You're like in the last lap. Like, you can see the finish line. Gotta go to sleep. See you later, Gator. Have a good night, Crocodile. Am I on the right track with these things? What can I do to stop feeling like a separate person from my emotional self? Here's what you do. And this is literally how you do it. This is how I did it, and this is how I teach people to do it. I'm really excited right now because I'm s- I'm you're running track and you're running the what's a track race that people do, track and field? What's one of the long ones? I'm your coach. I'm standing on the sidelines. And you're in the final stretch. You're so close to the finish line. I'm just excited. I'm just like, yes, keep going. This way. You're going to make it. This is going to sound. Just believe me for a second. Whenever I say what it is that you need to do, it's going to sound like there's just no way. That's too simple. There's no way that could work. But believe me, it will work. It does work. Here's what I need you to do. And you won't have to do this that many times. It might take you a week. It might take you a couple weeks. Tops, probably. Find a time in your day when you have 20 minutes to do absolutely nothing. You've got 20 minutes where you don't have a single care in the world. And just sit down. Maybe listen to some relaxing tones, something meditative, and just allow yourself to exist for a moment. Just focus on your breathing. Try to just let your thoughts float free out of the top of your head. And this is what I want you to do. I want you to imagine the part of your brain that is aware. The part of your brain that is experiencing this right here, right now. The part of your brain that realizes, hey, I'm a human. I'm sitting in a chair right now. It's June 21st. And I'm watching a stream on Twitch. That's your aware part of your brain. That's the part of your brain that's like, where am I right now? What am I doing? What's going on? I want that part of your brain to look for the emotional part of your brain. I want the part of your brain that looks and finds and seeks to look for the part of your brain that feels. And I want you to imagine them connecting. I want you to just feel them connecting. That's how you do it. The way that you rewire your brain is literally just to sit and think about rewiring your brain. I swear. That's how it works. If you want to rewire your brain, just sit down and think about it happening, and it will happen. Just do it in 10, 20-minute intervals every day if you can, and just see what that does for you in 2 weeks. Just lean into your senses. What is your body trying to tell you? What is your body looking for? What does your body want to feel? Just let your mind go and just follow it. Just see where it wanders. Like, sit down and just let your mind wander. But instead of participating in the wandering, I want you to just watch it wander. Whenever I do this, sometimes it feels like I'm walking myself on a leash, and it's like a toddler version of me. You know, like when you see a kid that is at the store and they're on a leash. Like, I feel like that's what's going on in my head. Like, I'm walking a younger version of myself and I've got him on a leash. It's like, what I want you to do is just let go of the leash and just watch where they go. That part of you that's just like crazy and wild and free. The part of you that just didn't give a shit when you were like 2 or 3. For or maybe you in college, or in, you know, whenever you feel you're most uninhibited. And to me, nobody's more uninhibited than a fucking 2-year-old. Anyway, that's what you do. That's what you do. Because thinking about those parts of your brain helps to activate those parts of your brain, and when you use certain parts of your brain to think, it strengthens the connection between those parts of your brain. That's literally how it works. That might sound like it is too simple. That might sound like there's just no way, but it literally is how it works. You strengthen your thinking by thinking. The more you think a thing, the stronger the connections it forms in your brain. So if you want to change your brain, you just have to make yourself think something else. And then you continue to think it until it becomes your new way of thinking. It's the simplest way to explain it. Like, is it harder than it sounds? Oh, absolutely. If it were easy, I wouldn't have to tell you how to do it. It may sound simple and it may sound easy, and with time and practice, it does get simple and easy. But it is hard in the beginning, just like any skill. If it were easy, you would have figured it out already. There's a reason why you haven't figured it out yet. Alright, Penny wants to go outside. Penny? You wanna go outside? Alright, I have some more questions lined up. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna give the dogs an outside break real quick. So I will be right back. Hang on. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Just giving the dogs a quick break. Just enjoy these baby animals. Do you feel that serotonin? Did you know that staring at cute things activates your amygdala? It's good for your brain. Did you know? Staring at cute things can boost mood and concentration by tapping into the same chemical reward system in the brain that makes cocaine addictive. So, your dopamine pathways. Your brain perceives it as a reward. It also activates your amygdala, which is the part of your brain that also processes feelings of fear. And so basically, it activates that part of your brain, but it doesn't produce a sensation of fear. It activates it without making you feel anxious. Because different parts of your brain, when they're active, can produce different types of feelings, obviously. So yeah, looking at cute animals is good for your mental health. Just so you know. Just look at that little fella. How about that little dude? I think this is what Beaver thinks he looks like. I think Beaver thinks that he is a lion. Isn't that funny when little cats will be over here thinking that they're big cats? In just, in thinking about that question that we went through earlier, there's just something I want to say. Like, sometimes in life, you have to be the person that gives yourself a good kick in the ass. Like, sometimes in life, you just need a good kick in the ass to get you moving. I've been there, you've been there, we've all been there. But at some point in life, you realize, oh, there aren't people out there who are just going to give me that kick in the ass. I have to be that person. I have to be the one to put a fire under me. The first person I started to hate was my dad. Would you believe that that's probably very common? Not trying to dismiss what you're saying, I'm just saying it's relatable for a lot of people. For a lot of young boys growing up, they kind of have, like, when you're a young kid, you kind of look at things in a really black and white way. It's like, it's either friend or foe. And sometimes young boys will have this, like, friend or foe type relationship with their fathers. And then this kind of sets the tempo for how they form relationships with other men later in life. In the same way that a person's relationship with their mother sets the tempo for their relationship with other women, the same goes for a father and men. Yeah, if you remember, I said I started to hate everyone. If you hate everyone, the person that you hate the most is actually yourself. Because basically you're just depriving yourself of any meaningful, healthy social connection. You're just saying, I'm not worth it. I'm not deserving of it. Like, if we are the type of person that hates everyone else, that makes us a hateful person. We were practicing hate. We don't want to practice hate anymore. Practice loving yourself. I'd say that might better suit you. Fucking commercials, man. Deepest pool on his block, but no subscription. Shame. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. You're on your way to hoop? Hell yeah. Hoop it up, brother. I just, this goes out to you, this goes out to everybody who wants to listen to it. Like, how much time of your day are you practicing hating yourself? Should you not be spending an equal amount of time, or perhaps even a greater amount of time, practicing loving yourself? If loving yourself is hard, don't you think that's a skill that you should be practicing? Girls definitely hate their moms sometimes. Yeah, it's like the relationship between a parent and child is almost always complicated. Just like any long-lasting relationship, especially when it's one that exists from birth, it's gonna be complicated. Like, there are some parents out there who, and I'm not even gonna make it like a which parent type of thing. I'm just gonna talk about parents in general, because I don't want to generalize anything to being correlated with a certain parent, or like either a man or a woman, because it's like both parents do the same type of stuff. It might be to varying degrees, but it's like nothing is gender exclusive when it comes to how parents treat their kids. But yeah, there are some parents out there who become resentful of their children. Like, because, like it or not, having a child completely changes the trajectory of your life. It's normal for people to feel feelings of resentment towards anything that changes the trajectory of their life, especially if it's something that they feel like changed the trajectory in a negative way. Having a child is included in this. Just like any major life event, buying a house, getting married, getting a dog. So yeah, there are parents out there who have healthy, connected relationships with their kids, and there are some parents and kids who have more of like a contentious relationship. Friend or foe. Kids have a very black and white way of looking at the world. And so when they look at adults, it's either friend or foe. And the same applies to their relationship with their parents. And then it kind of sets the tempo for the rest of their relationship, because they still kind of view it through that lens. Like, you develop your opinion of your parent pretty early. I think getting a dog is the best decision I ever made. Not only did it teach me to care for something, but it also made me learn how to create a routine. Dogs are the best, right? Like, If you're having a hard time getting a routine or getting yourself to do stuff, it's like getting a pet might not be a bad idea. Like, worst case scenario, you get a pet and you realize, I'm not really ready to be a pet owner, and you find a new owner for it. It's like, it's better to find an owner that wants the pet than it is to keep a pet that you don't want. So it's actually the responsible thing to, find an owner that does want the animal. But anyway, having an animal, like a dog or a cat, or if that's too much of a commitment, maybe a hamster or a fish. An easy fish, though, not a hard fish. There are hard fishes. There are hard fishes. Don't get any saltwater fish. That's going to be a part-time job taking care of the fish. But yeah, like if you have a hard time getting out of bed, a cat or a dog will get you out of bed. It's like, hey, I'm hungry. I need you to feed me. Let me outside. I'm going to pee on your floor. I feel really horrible right now and that everyone hates me. Well, just so you know, no one here hates you. We've got no reason to hate you, so you don't need to worry about anybody here hating you. None of us feel bad about you. In fact, we like that you came here to ask for help. We like that about people. So if anything, you're actually weighing more in the positive as far as how everyone here perceives you. You're already coming out ahead. I've been depressed for a really long time, but I got a pet jumping spider last Christmas, and she gives me a lot of purpose to wake up and do what I need to every day because I love her so much, right? It's like having something that you need to care for, whether it be an animal or maybe even a plant. It's like, it can help it give you a sense of purpose. It can help you push through some dark moments. I've had people tell me, that dog saved my life, or that cat saved my life. I've heard that time and time again. I've even experienced it myself. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to feel more love in your life, you need something around you that you can practice loving. Like, love is a skill just like anything else. You gotta practice it. I know that you don't like to hear that, you don't want to have to practice, but you should want to practice it. It feels nice. It feels good. I've been really going through it lately. Like, I'm really trying to keep myself alive right now. Good. I want you to listen to that part of you. I want you to try to just tell the other parts of you to just shh for a moment. Just try to drown out that other noise. And I want you to just try to listen more closely to that part of you that is really trying. The part of you that wants you to try. That's the part of you that you need to listen more closely to. And you might be able to, drown out the other noise and listen more closely to that part of you. And it might be real quiet. It might just be kind of a whisper. It might just be the faintest whisper, but that's okay. Just become more attuned to it. Just learn to listen more closely to it. Give it more room at your table within your brain. Give it the center stage. Let it do its thing. Because that's the part of you that's going to pull you through. So connect with it. Embrace it. Love it. I'm really depressed and suicidal and sleeping almost the whole day, so I haven't been eating at all. I have some practical advice for this. You eat. Serotonin is produced in your gut. Serotonin is one of the chemicals that your brain uses to feel good. And so, eating food that makes you feel good helps you to feel better in your brain. Sometimes when we're feeling really down and out, we like to deprive ourselves of what we need. Proper sleep, proper nutrition, proper hygiene, proper social interaction. It's like we self-sabotage by inhibiting ourselves. So knock it off. Is it bad to keep the people that aren't invested in you at arm's length? No. Like, you can have different levels to your relationships. It's like you get to choose how close you want people to be. There are going to be some people in life that you want to be really close to. And there are going to be people in life that are going to want to get really close to you. So you determine that. How close do I want to let myself get, and how close do I want to let people in? And it's going to vary from person to person. But there's really no harm in being friendly, you know? Because you can always grow closer to people. The more time you spend together and the better you get to know each other. I haven't been eating it all. It's so bad, I've lost around 10 pounds in a few days. I hate that I like that. Only positive 5, thank you for subscribing. Also, questioner. I want you to go eat a nice, healthy meal. Something that your body's just gonna love. Nothing too greasy, no fast food, you know, like maybe a salad or something. Just like, but like a nice salad. You know what I mean? Like a nice salad. That's what Casey says. That's what Casey will say. She'll say, I want a salad, but I want a nice salad. And you know exactly what type of salad she's talking about. Like, there's probably chicken in there, there's probably some bacon in there, there's like cheese. Like, it's gonna be a good salad. It's gonna make you feel so much better. Because one of the things we do when we're depressed is we will unconsciously do shit that actually contributes to our depression, not realizing that it does so, because depression likes to create this illusion. Depression loves to trick you. It's such a trickster. That tricky little fuck. Eating really isn't a priority right now. You need to eat to live! I'm sorry I yelled. But you literally have to eat to live. Ever since we became eukaryotic organisms 2 billion years ago, we've needed to eat to live. I wish I had the energy to make one. You just need the energy to get up and walk to the fridge, and then worry about the energy to make the salad after you get to the fridge. Or just go to the store and buy one of those pre-mixed salad things, because those are actually pretty good. If you want to throw some grilled chicken, you know, throw some grilled chicken in there. Spice it up a little bit. We got a couple of those from the store, so we're probably going to eat a salad later. It's like I've needed a salad. I haven't had a proper kitchen in weeks because of the remodel, and so my body is just like, I need vegetables, or things aren't going to be good. Like, I need to eat something green. Eating really isn't a priority right now, which helps, I guess, because I do want to lose weight. Worry about losing weight after you're not depressed. Your weight should be your last concern when you are depressed. Like, worry about losing weight after you're not depressed. Like, on the priority list, being not depressed should outrank losing weight. Because you can always lose weight. You can get around to that. Depression makes you want to fucking die. That should be your priority. Work on that one first. I'm sorry I keep yelling. I'm just very... It's the second cup of coffee. You shouldn't have let me have this. You should have cut me off. But it's too late now. I have a past with eating disorders, so the fact that I'm losing weight is something I'm enjoying, and now I'm scared of getting better because I'd start eating more again. If you want to eat more, you just have to exercise more. Like, you can eat whatever the fuck you want. They've proven this scientifically. You can eat literally whatever the fuck you want, but if you exercise enough, it doesn't matter. I just want you to realize, and the reason why I'm getting so heated is because I feel like this is really important, because eating disorders are something you need to take very seriously. Don't fuck around with your eating disorder. It's the most lethal mental illness there is. More people die of anorexia than of any other mental illness. Just so you know. You have to change your relationship with eating, and you have to change your relationship with food. You need to view food as fuel and nutrition to give you the energy to do the things that you need to do, and you need that energy so that you can start fighting back against your depression. So the fact that you're not allowing yourself to eat properly is only going to make you more depressed, and it doesn't matter how much weight you lose, you're never going to be happy that way. Just being real. I've struggled with eating disorders my whole life, so, you know, starving is the easiest way to lose weight instead of just exercising and eating healthy. It's what I'm used to doing. Well, how long do you want to do it for? You've been doing it for how long? How long do you want to do it for? Because, I'm sorry, but that behavior is not sustainable. Like, you and I both know that's gonna fuck you up long term. Like, it's gonna, like, starving yourself fucks up your organs. It's bad for your internal organs to not have a regular supply of the nutrients that they need. You're 18, perfect time to fix it. I feel like this is the perfect time in your life to really just hammer down on working on it. Maybe go online, maybe on YouTube, there's probably some supportive advice, maybe some diet plans, some things that it's like nutrient planning, just like things that can help you to work through that. Because I don't want to scare you, but that eating disorder could chase you around the rest of your life unless you stand up to it right now and say, you know what, I'm going to try to really, really, really work on having a better relationship with eating, food, and my body image. Because that is the triangle that forms an eating disorder. The body image, eating in and of itself, and food, and like how you view food. Do you view it like as food, as nutrition, or do you view food as your enemy? Like, food is not your enemy. That is like a car viewing gasoline or electricity as its enemy. I've done it before, I always go back to it, but I guess I've never wanted to actually recover. Until today. Can I get it until today? You want to? Good. That's a step in the right direction. I just want to say one more thing. The reason why I really want people to understand that if you're trying to lose weight and you're depressed, focus on depression first rather than losing weight, because it has been proven that when you are depressed, you actually view your body more negatively. You hyperfixate on your perceived flaws even harder when you're depressed. And so that's really not the time to try to work on your body, because it's just, you're not going to get the results that you want because you're hyperfixated on your perceived flaws. And so you want to work on your body image whenever you're in a better state of mind, because then you'll be more fair and realistic with yourself. I can't make that any more clear. So if you want to lose weight and you're depressed, work on the depression first. You've got your entire life to lose 10 pounds. It's like, who fucking cares about 10 pounds? Like, you can lose 3 pounds by taking a shit. You can gain 10 pounds by drinking a bunch of water. It's like, but we hyperfixate on these tiny little numbers. It's like, no, you don't realize your body weight fluctuates upwards of 10 pounds on just over the course of a given day. It's like, so throw out your scale. If you really want to, like, work on your body, like, maybe focus on, like, sizing or measurements. Weight just isn't really a beneficial tool when it comes to, like, actually feeling better about your body. It just fluctuates too much. But, like, the measurements in a certain part of your body, it's like that changes more gradually and you can monitor the progress more accurately. I weighed myself, unrelated, I weighed myself for the first time in a long time. I've gained a bit of muscle. I'm 6'5". How much do you think that I weigh? I clocked in at 220. I clocked in at 220. It would be easier to not have a scale if most people in my family didn't have some sort of disordered eating. Well, see, now you know where you got it from. Now you know where you got it from. It's like, oh, that makes sense. It's not something that's just inherently wrong with me. It's something that I learned. Because it was something that I was surrounded with growing up. There you go. Now you don't have to beat yourself up for feeling it. You can say, oh, it wasn't my fault. Like, obsessing over weight is unhealthy. It's like, are there healthier weights? That's up for debate. Like, me personally, I feel like having a healthy amount of weight doesn't put excess amount of strain on your joints or your internal organs. But I mean, as long as your joints and your internal organs and, like, you're getting proper nutrients and stuff, it's like people can be healthy across a variety of weights. There is no such thing as an ideal weight. And so honestly, people become overly fixated on it, it's probably just because they're bored. Like, especially if you realize just how easily your weight fluctuates. Like, if you drink a bunch of water, you can easily gain a few pounds. It depends on, you know, like your weight can fluctuate. Upwards of 10 pounds, just based on how much water and how much poop is in your body. I don't know how to tell you this, but all that poop and pee has weight to it. So yeah, if you're actually trying to feel healthier and feel better about your body image, the scale is actually going to go against that. It's actually going to harm that goal. Anyway. Well, anywho. Anyone have any tips for romanticizing your life and not giving up too much hope for finding true love in the future after ending a long-term relationship? We talked about marriage, children, and overall planned our future, but my ex couldn't handle how bad our rough patch was when we were long distance for a few years. He avoided discussing his issues and pretended everything was okay, even though he was treating me differently, and stopped talking about the future, but still said he loved me and would put on a face. This makes me wonder what he was up to during the span of your long-distance relationship, and if perhaps he was either having a hard time dealing with it, or he was projecting. Oh, thank you. Like, if you can't talk to your significant other about issues in your life, it's like, who else are you going to talk to them about? Like, who else are you going to allow to be close enough to you to talk about that kind of stuff? Like, why do you have to keep all that kind of stuff to yourself? It's like, should you keep some stuff to yourself? Maybe. That's your choice. But honestly, it's like, who else but your significant other, the person that you are planning your future with, it's like, don't you want to be able to talk about that kind of stuff? It makes me feel like nothing I do will be good enough for the next person, and that I wasn't worth being loved despite the distance, and that he'll just become better how he was before the long distance for someone else. It's wrecking my self-esteem a bit when I'm normally really confident and assured person. Then lean back into that. Just like, if you just, you know, you're wounded, but you're healing. You'll get back into it. You've got some bruises. You've got some bruises. Well, those will heal. Because what I would say is that in time, when you process this, do you want him to become worse? Or would you want him to become better? But shouldn't you also become better? Like, wouldn't you want both of you to become better? Like, do you want him to stay the same? Do you want him to get worse? Like, no, you should want for you to get better, and you should want for him to get better. Like, you weren't right for each other, and that's fine. Just hope that they're better with somebody else. There's no harm in wanting somebody to be a better match for somebody else. But you should want that for you too. You both have room to grow. Casey brought me some Buffalo Wild Wings. W. Spicy garlic, boneless, with the Chipotle barbecue potato wedges. You goofy ass orange cat, come on. What's he doing? Syndra? Syndra. That Casey shirt, we have a similar one. Avery Wumbo made 2 shirts for us. She made us both a shirt. This is my shirt. That being said, Casey will sometimes wear my shirts. It's a nice shirt. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Because when I think about, like, when it comes to, like, ending a relationship or breaking up, it's like, do you really want the worst for the person? Like, do you not want them to grow? Do you not want them to get better? Do you not want them to find happiness? It's like, why be vindictive? Like, why hold a grudge? It's like, you weren't right for each other. You had your problems, but you should still want them to, you know, be able to find happiness. I just feel like wishing ill unto others just always splashes back on you. Just keeps your mind in a negative place. Like every time you think about doing something bad to somebody who harmed you, it's like, that's a thought that you could otherwise have, you could have thought about anything else instead. Fill in the blank. It's like drinking poison and then hoping that someone else dies. It's like in the long run, you're just harming yourself. Are you valid to feel that way? Sure. But I wouldn't recommend doing it any longer than you need to. All of the time that you spend planning imaginary fights inside your head could have been time that you spent planning a party. What if planning parties makes me more anxious? Well, lifting weights makes you stronger. If you really want to learn to control your anxiety, it's like learning how to ride lightning. Like, you gotta learn how to harness that shit. You gotta become the god of thunder. You gotta learn how to channel that shit through you and throw lightning bolts at people. I got a rower, it's been really great. Aren't rowers great? What do you like to listen to while you row? I found that there's certain types of music I like to listen to while rowing. There's just some music out there that just has a really good tempo for rowing. Alright, questioner. Give yourself some grace. You'll be alright. Then, you know, it's normal to question yourself and doubt yourself after a breakup and just ask yourself, like, am I good enough? And it's like, but deep down, that's a question that you want to be asking yourself because that's part of how you improve. It's like asking yourself, am I good enough, is part of the driving force within you that helps you push to grow and do better. So you don't have to feel bad about having those feelings because those feelings are what are helping to make you a better person. So just try to embrace them. Ask yourself the hard questions and then figure out the answers. I don't think there's a question about yourself that you don't have the capacity to find an answer for. Just depends on how long you're willing to look. Loving myself feels easy, but why is no one else loving me? It's lonely loving myself alone. Maybe you have a hard time feeling love from others. Because the love that you get from within will always feel different than the love that you get from outside of yourself. It's like a different flavor. It's the same cuisine, but it's got a different sauce on it. I would suggest familiarizing yourself with the different ways that people can communicate love. You know, there are things it's called the love languages. People communicate love in different ways. The more familiar you become with how people communicate love, the more ways that you're able to receive love because you are able to recognize it better and you are actually able to see it for what it is. Because everybody has their own interpretation of what love is. And people communicate it differently. What I've usually found to be true is that when we find ourselves in a situation of why is no one else loving me, it's not really because no one else is loving us. It's because we're having a hard time receiving the love that they're trying to send us. Because love is all around you. You just gotta open up to it. The more open to it you become, the more you can feel it. I fear I'm the exact opposite. Having people love me is anxiety inducing. You want me to tell you why that is? I think you're at the point where I can literally just tell you, and you'll be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I feel like that's the point in your healing where it's like I'm just able to just like tell you like it is. And I probably don't have to tell you who taught you to feel that way. Should I tell you? No, let's work through it together. Let's work through it together. I want you to unravel this candy. Who do you think taught that to you? Because that's something that you had to learn. Who taught you? Got it. You got it. Correct. The person in your life who is supposed to be nurturing, caring, the person who is supposed to teach you what love is from the time that you're a baby, set the tempo for how you receive love from people. You learn very early how to receive love, and you're supposed to get it from your parents. And so, what about that would result in you feeling like loving people needs to be something that I feel anxious about? I've decided I'm not just going to tell you, but I know that you have it within you to figure it out. Maybe look at it a little differently. From the time that you are born up until the time that you... Well, I won't say up until when. I'll just say that it starts from the time you're born. You learn what love is in love school from your parents. The parents and the family that spends the most time with you during your development are what teach you what love is. So what about what you learned in love school resulted in your current feeling towards being loved by other people? What about love did you learn from your parents? Did you learn from them perhaps that love is conditional? I love you only if I'm happy with you. I love you only if you fit my standards. I only love you if fill in the blank. Was love a conditional thing? I feel it is transactional. All right, now let's say you use a credit card for transactions. What does that generate? That generates debt. Your fear is not of love, your fear is of debt. I'm sorry, I sped run. I sped run. I got ahead of myself. What you're really anxious of isn't love, it's of owing people something. If love is transactional, that means that I have to give you something. I don't want to owe people stuff. I'm so right, though. It's like... What can I say? I'm good at what I do. So now it's up to you to decide what to do with this information. Perhaps it will allow you to view love from others a little bit differently. Maybe start giving away love for free, and then just see who gives it freely back to you. That's where I'd start. Just give it away more freely. Don't feel like it's something you have to sell. Just give that shit away. You can always make more. You can always make more. Just give that shit away for free. Like, we don't pay bees for honey. Like, just give that shit away. I feel like that's why some people are, you know, they're worried about giving love away, is because they're worried that they're going to run out. Or they're going to accrue a debt. They're like, oh no, I've got a spending limit. I've got a maximum on, on my account. It's like, no, it's like digging a well. The deeper you dig the well, the more that's in there. You can just keep going. Oh, hi, Miss Poopy. Miss Poopy lived up to her name. She lived up to her name earlier. She had a piece of poop caught in the fur by her butt, and I had to cut it out with a pair of scissors. Like, Miss Poopy, get it together. Like, that's a problem. That, like, if you have, like, a medium or long hair cat, like, it doesn't always happen, but every once in a while, it's like, they'll just get poop stuck by their butt, and you're like, oh, here we go again. Hey, Miss Poopy, come here. Oh, there she is. Hey, baby. Her actual name is Cleo. Yeah, but we just call her Miss Poopy. Or Little Miss, or, you know, just all of the animals have like 15 different names, so. Like they've all got a dozen nicknames. Are you trying to lay on my desk? Miss Poopy. Your tail. Miss Poopy, your tail's right. Oh. Okay. She's taking over, I fear. Oh. Okay. Miss Poopy, are you? She's gonna sit on my desk, I think. Yep, there she goes. Yep, just make yourself out. Okay. Well, how am I supposed to get anything done with you staring at me and reaching for me with those little paws? Like, please. Poopy, stop. That's too cute. You're reaching maximum cuteness levels. My brain's about to overdose on dopamine. Miss Poopy, what did you unplug? Miss Poopy, what did you unplug? Okay. Okay. If you're gonna sit on my desk, I need you to be good. She seems like she's in a... Oh. She's in an ugly mood. Miss Poopy, are you mad at me? Does eating better food, nutritionally speaking, actually improve your mood and depression? Do you make more serotonin, or how does that work? Let's look it up. Let's look up the actual science behind it. A lot of it has to do with like vitamins and minerals and stuff, and just things that you need to actually put together the serotonin molecules. It's like you need the necessary ingredients that you get from your food to construct those molecules within your digestive system. Like, you've probably noticed that there are certain foods that just leave you feeling like shit. Like, if you go for a few weeks without eating fast food, and then you eat fast food again, you're like, oh my god, this is terrible. So it's like too salty, too greasy, fried up, and just leaves you feeling like crap. It's like you... So how does food affect our mood? Ultra-processed foods and gut health. When you eat stuff with tons of processed sugars, it's bad for your gut health. You have what is called your microbiome that lives in your gut. It's all of the different bacteria that live in your gut. Hold on, if you've never heard of the microbiome, I need to show you this real quick. The microbiomes. Your microbiome. Okay. You have between 10 and 100 trillion different symbiotic microbial cells. Mostly, this is bacteria that live in your gut. It's kind of like your body's soil. Like, if you were a plant, it's basically like your soil. It's what your body needs to like properly break down and process nutrients. You need a healthy microbiome. And stuff that's really processed is bad for your microbiome. It's like pouring Mountain Dew on a tree. It's like, does it get water? Sure, but it also gets a bunch of shit that it really doesn't need. It attracts a bunch of bugs. You have more than 10,000 different microbe species living in your body. So it's like there's an entire world inside of your gut. Just made up of single-celled organisms. The amount of genetic information that is being processed in your microbiome because of all of those different organisms, meaning there's a lot of different DNA. Creatures with different DNA can do different things. They can break down certain molecules that we might not be able to, and so having them live in your microbiome allows you to do stuff that you might not otherwise be able to do without that molecule. Like, some people lack the certain microbiome to process dairy, and so they have a lot more lactose intolerance. There's 100 times more genetic information in your gut than there is in the rest of your body. So your gut health is super important for you. The average person's microbiome varies by anywhere from 10 to 20%, meaning that everybody shares at least 80% of the same like microbiome, but it's that other like 20% that can really make the difference. What if Earth is just a microbial cell in a giant's gut microbiome? And now you're cooking. It's like the shape of the universe looks like the shape of your brain. It's like the pattern just repeats upwards and downwards. There are 10 times more outside organisms in your body than there are human cells. You're actually outnumbered. Anyway, that's enough about the microbiome. Your gut has a direct connection with your brain through your vagal nerve, meaning that your gut can help determine your mood because it's like your gut helps decide when am I going to go eat more, what type of food am I going to eat. It's a very motivating thing. But also, like, some of the other things your gut can do is, like, make you feel sick or make you feel, it can make you feel nervous or anxious. It's like maybe sometimes you process those feelings in your gut. And your gut has neural cells in it. Your gut has neurons. It has the same type of cells that exist in your brain. And so, to some degree, your gut does do a little bit of thinking. Because that's what neurons do. They're thinkers. Just like in your heart, you also have a tiny little brain. You have a tiny little brain in your heart, and you have a tiny little brain in your gut. Because they've got very complicated jobs to do, watching the microbiome, like regulating your digestive system. It's a lot of work. So your brain outsources it to the tiny little brain in your gut. It's the local office for you Incorporated. Anyway, a 2018 study suggests that eating a healthy, balanced diet such as the Mediterranean diet and avoiding inflammation-producing foods may be protective against depression. Also, there are certain foods that contain ingredients that are connected to prevention and treatment of depression. Oysters, mussels, salmon, watercress, spinach, romaine lettuce, cauliflower, and strawberries. And then they've got a bunch of suggestions. So yeah, it's more complicated than just, does it help make more serotonin? That's just part of the equation. Does it help your gut make more serotonin? Yeah. Yes. Whenever you're producing chemicals within your body, you need the proper ingredients to make those chemicals, and your body obtains those by eating. You are what you eat, as they say. Your body uses whatever it is that you eat to rebuild your body. It breaks them down into their components and reorganizes the structures. It's really cool. My single mom has let me know that she doesn't have any money expected to come in at all next month, and she is super stressed. That does sound super stressful. It's probably one of the most stressful places to be. You live in a society that requires income and money, not having it, or needing it, but not having it. One of the most stressful things there is. She was able to get EBT for food, so she has some relief. I would also recommend looking into food banks, because EBT will cover some of it, but food banks, they're just giving it away. because we have so much food that a lot of it goes to waste. So there's no shame in going to a food bank because you're helping to prevent food waste. You're doing something that's good for the environment. You're doing something that's good for the world. No shame in going to the food bank. If you don't go to the food bank because you're worried that like somebody else won't be able to get food because you got food at the food bank, let me just say that as someone who has, it used to be a part of my job to take people to the food bank, they were never at risk of running out of food. They always had a ton of food to give away. That's how much food waste we have in this country. Every food bank that I would take people to, and I took people to several different food banks just depending on like where they lived, they were just giving it away. Like everybody that showed up would just get like a lot of food. So also they'll give you some good stuff too. I saw some of the stuff that people would get at the food bank. It was pretty good. You get some good stuff. Yep, Miss Poopy's sitting on my desk. She's just chilling. Are you jealous? She is mad. She wanted me to know. That's why she's sitting here staring at me. She's not mad, but Miss Poopy has these markings that just kind of make it look like she has an angry face. Like whenever she stares at you, it just kind of looks like she's like... But it's just her markings. It's just her markings. It's just the illusion. She's just sitting there staring at me. She's just completely blocked chat. I can't see chat. She's in the way. She's like, don't look at them, look at me. Like, okay. Hi, Miss Poopy. How you doing? She's just sitting here staring at me. What can I do for you, Miss Poopy? Are you hungry? It's almost dinner time. Or did you already have dinner? Oh. Hey, baby. Oh. Miss Poopy shows up, you gotta take that opportunity. It's like, you gotta get those pets in. Like, hey, baby. She's so cute. She looks like a little bobcat. She's also got this, like, slight touch of orange to her fur. And then she's got those little black tips on her ears, like a little bobcat. Cats are so funny because every cat you meet will be a little bit different. Like, they've all got their own personality. Oh, the orange spot on her head? Yeah, she has this little orange dot on the top of her head. It's her third eye. Oh. It's getting late. Yeah, it is getting a little late. Oh. Let's get back to this question. Alright, that was a Miss Poopy break. She came over to my desk. I'm like, gotta take the opportunity while you get it. It's like she wanted to be pet and duty calls. I had to answer the call of duty. I'm gonna take this one from the top. My single mom has let me know that she doesn't have any money expected to come in at all next month, and she is super stressed. She was able to get EBT for food, so she has some relief. My partner and I moved back into my mom's house originally due to our own financial issues, but now she's the one who needs help. We offered to pay for the mortgage back in September, and it's just been getting worse with her, even with our assistance. She says she can't get a new job because she has an 11-year-old dog and that has separation anxiety and is declining in health, so she needs to be there for the dog. I just want to pause for a second. We need to talk priority. We need to talk priorities in life. If you can't pay your mortgage, if you don't have any money coming in, like, that outranks I need to be here with my separation anxiety dog. It's like you and that dog are going to be homeless. It's like you need to afford to feed the dog. It's like, I feel like what's going on here is she has a lot of anxiety. Your mom has a lot of anxiety, and I'm not trying to make her look bad. I would just say, you know, you gotta consider the realistic aspect of the situation. I'm like, you gotta be real with her. I'm like, she has a lot of anxiety because not having money come in will generate a lot of anxiety. But she's not worried about her anxiety, she's focused on the anxiety of her dog. She's projecting her own anxiety onto her dog. It's like, find a dog sitter. It's like, leave the dog at home. Like, put it in a kennel. Like there's nothing wrong with crate training a dog. Like, dogs actually like having a crate. Just don't leave it in there for more than 8 hours. Just have somebody who can go check on it and let it out. It's like, it's not that hard. But it just sounds like it's giving excuse. And like, it's just, you know, a pattern of anxiety.
Miss Poopy is
I don't think so. I haven't seen it. I'm not sure where it is. like, don't ruin your life over a dog. I'm like, I love dogs, but don't ruin your life over a dog. I'm like if you're at the point where it's up in the air between like losing your house, not being able to pay your mortgage, and taking care of your dog, it's like you need to find somebody to help you take care of your dog, because you need to focus on taking care of yourself so that you can take better care of your dog. Also, if there's 3 people living there, it's not like the dog will be alone very long. Right? It's like if there's more than one person living there, it's like somebody can keep an eye on the dog. I'm just like, I understand why she would use this as an excuse for not getting a job, but it's just like, I'm not buying it. I'm like, my brother and sister also live in the house. There's already 2 other people that live in the house? There's already 2 other people that live in the house? I'm like, I just don't like this dog excuse. Like, part of the reason why this dog is so anxious in the first place is because it's probably picking up on her anxiety and is matching her energy. That's probably why her dog is so anxious, is because she's so wound up. I've seen it happen in people. Dogs are good at matching people's energies. They can pick up on your energy. And if you're really anxious around a dog, they will pick up on it. And it'll make them anxious. So if you want to not be, if you want your dog to not be so anxious, just try to work on your anxiety, and then your dog will feel less anxious because you feel less anxious. My brother and sister also live in the house. My brother is in college and has a part-time job to pay for his things, and my sister, who has an art degree, is working part-time as a barista and can only give my mom a couple $100 because my sister has her own school loans to pay. Well, I'm glad she's paying her student loans. If it was me, I would just not be paying my student loans, but that's me. They will take that money from my cold, dead hands. My single father is financially responsible, so my siblings rely on him when they need money or want to buy things. And now my mom is starting to ask even him for things even though they are divorced, like taking over bills for my siblings. I feel like they are definitely taking advantage of the situation, even though my mom expresses the same sad story to them. I guess I'm now starting to think I need to get another income to pay for her to live, almost like she's the child now. Like, no, she's a grown-ass woman. She's a grown-ass woman. She needs therapy. She has some stuff that she needs to work through. Sometimes parents have this relationship with their kids. It's like, all right, time for me to be the kid. Time for my kids to step in and take care of me. Some people wait to do that until they're 100 years old. Some people do it when they're 30. Do I need to step in more for my mom? Or if this is something I'm supposed to fix? This is a grown woman. You can help however much you feel comfortable helping, but at the end of the day, it's like she's got to be accountable for her own behaviors and her own choices. You know, break that cycle of learned helplessness. I've been financially on my own since I turned 18 because I knew I didn't want to be tied up in all of this, yet here I am at 28 dealing with this. I feel super guilty and powerless. You feel super guilty. I'm gonna ask you why. Like, let's pretend for a second. Let's pretend for a second. Let's pretend that this is just two adults. You gotta remember, you're an adult and your parent is an adult, and so you both need to act like adults. It's like if she can't work, then she needs to be finding some sort of income. I'm like, I'm sorry, but that's just the way that the world works right now. If she can't get work, then she needs to look on getting onto like disability benefits or something. Yeah, maybe she could find some work for home. Maybe there are other options. You know, maybe there are jobs that you can do at home from like a laptop or a cell phone even. Like there are options. And you feel really guilty, but is that guilt really on you, or how much of that guilt should be on her versus how much of it is on you? I don't want to sound mean, I just want to be kind of real right now, so just bear with me. Sometimes in life, there will be people who just they have what is known as learned helplessness. They just spiral into this like self-defeating incapability that just like they just like can do less and less without like asking people for help. Not because they can't do it, but just because it makes them anxious to do stuff or some other type of excuse. It's not due to any type of like actual like impairment. It's just a behavioral thing. Like, I'm sorry, but you really have to just look at the priority of things here. It's like, if you can't pay your bills, if you can't pay for your residence, it's like, you need to find a way to do that. Or go build a cabin out in the woods. Like, or find housing assistance, or, I don't know, there's options, but you have to actually do stuff to go get those options. You gotta work. You gotta put the work in. Sometimes the only way to motivate people to do what they need to do is allow them to fail. Allow them to experience the natural consequences of their choices. To just show to them what would happen if you weren't there to bail them out. Sometimes people need that to happen to them so that they can actually start doing the things that they need to do, and so that they stop becoming so dependent on other people. Like, the facts are what they are. It's like, you need to make money. How are you going to make money? Outside of just asking people to give you money. You can say, hey, chat, give me money. It doesn't work. It doesn't really work. Sometimes it works. Well, we're all caught up with the questions for now. The background noises, yeah, that was, music. Ooh. Oh. I'm waiting for the alert to go off. There it is. Forage Gape, thank you for the Prime sub. If someone wants to give me a sub, I would not complain. We're just gonna sit here and see what happens. And would you look at that? And would you look at that? Only positive vibe. Thank you for those gifted subs today. Thank you for gifting that sub to Hexavere, and again for that sub to Bill Mr. Oliva. Thank you for the support. And we're hype training. We're on a hype train now. Just like that, you keep me for a little while longer. We're gonna ride out this hype train. The longer you keep this hype train going, the longer I will remain.
Y'all ready for this? Get down with the sound, house on the ground, freeze when I squeeze, drop to your knees. You must have been out in here to stay, ready to take you around the way, so you're ready for this. Mind your own pace, 'cause I am back.
I might need to try. I might need to go up to 2 times speed. I might need to even go. Wait, it is at 2 times speed. Okay. Oh yeah, Anonymous, thank you for giving to that sub to a digital girl. If you need a sub, get in here. Now's a good chance. Chat loves supporting chat. This community loves to support itself. It is our greatest strength. Solidarity. Reality Czar with the 22 months takes us to the next level. Tanutuva with the gifted sub to Mean Bag. Chats, quit spamming those gifs, you're making my computer freeze. Quit spamming all those gifs, you're lagging my computer. Quit all that dancing, you're making me lag. My laptop's overheating. I'm doing an experiment. I'm conducting an experiment on the mental effects of combining jock jams with sped up footage of baby animals. Thank you for participating in this social experiment. It's sped up? Yeah, I'm playing it at 2 times speed. We got 2.5 minutes left and we're 50% to the next level of this hype train. Anonymous has gifted the sub to Christina Amazon. You know what that means? If you're not subscribed, get in there. Get in there. We got people trying to snipe you if you're not subscribed. We've got snipers in the building. Snipers. Maybe it was a poor choice of words. I think one more will get us to level 3. I think one more will do it. We're at level 3. We're at 77%. I'm pretty sure one more will take us to level 3. And we'll keep that hype train going a little while longer. Where are my lurkers at? Where are my lurkers at? Lurkers in. Lurkers, you're being summoned. Grace GN with that gifted sub. Taking us to level 3. Anonymous with the gifter to Christian. It's working. It's working. Anonymous with the gifted sub to Courtney Corpo. Thank you so much, Anonymous, whoever you are. Wink. I actually have no idea. Could be any of us. I know it's not me, though. Oh, we got plenty of time. We got 3 more minutes and we're halfway to level 4. Where my lurkers at? Where my lurkers at? Where my non-subs at? Get in here. Need you to turn up for this party. Alright, we're gonna transition into cats doing funny things. Testing, is my keyboard working? Oh yeah. Only positive vibe with the gifted sub to Andrew GVN. Brings us 76% of the way to level 4. We're getting there. We're getting there. We got 1:45 left. If you're waiting on a sign from the universe, consider that this may be it. If you're not subscribed, get in here. Here, I'll close my eyes. I'll close my eyes so the lurkers don't worry, lurkers, I can't see you. Don't worry, you can come out now, it's okay. I won't look. I'm peeking. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. 1 minute. 1 minute. Ah, 45 seconds. Oh. Is it gonna happen? We got 50. We did it. We did it. Oh my god. Oh. I was holding my breath. I was holding my breath. Only positive vibe. Thank you for gifting that sub to a subtle hypnotic. W. That gives us another 4.5 minutes. Let's see what else is on this playlist. Oh, here we go. Jen, I'm sorry. I don't think you heard. I don't think you heard the woman. I don't think you heard the woman. We're gonna try that again. This time I want you to use your ears. I want you to listen. That's an order. Everybody dance now. If you dance, it'll give you good luck for the rest of the day. It's the magic of the full moon. All you gotta do is dance, and you get good luck for the rest of the day. It's worth it. The more you dance, the luckier you'll be. Just dance, it'll be okay, as Lady Gaga says. Well, I need to go back. That dog was perfectly on beat. Anonymous with the gifted subs to Quark Charm and Terrified Templar. Woo! Oh, hi, doggies. Doggies, we're on a hype train. We're on a hype train, Atticus. We got a minute 45 left and we're 43% of the way to level 5. Oh, we're hyping. Thank you, Anonymous, for bringing out the lurkers. Lurkers, get in here. We want to see your smiling faces. Alright, 1 minute left. Make or break. Can we make it to level 5? We're at 96 subs. Our sub goal, or we're at 94 subs. We're at 94 subs. The goal is 100. We're 6 away. We're 6 away. Can we make it? 40 seconds left. I can't look. 30 seconds. I can't look. Anonymous with the 5 gifted subs! It was so close. It was so close. Thank you so much. We're at 99! The hype train lives on in my heart. We'll just pretend, we'll keep the hype going. I'll keep going. I'll keep going. This song is 7.5 minutes long. The hype train in my heart will live for another 7.5 minutes. The sub goal has been met! Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hitting that sub goal's got me feeling pretty macho. Only positive vibe. Thank you for all those gifted subs. Thank you for helping us hit that goal. Sorry, I'm enjoying this combination too much of jams and sped up animal videos. It just has my serotonin flowing. It's the special mix. It's the mix of the animals, the music, and the chat vibes. Those are the three key ingredients. If you're just listening to the music and watching the videos by yourself, it kind of feels silly. But when you got a group of people and you're, you know, all vibing, that's pretty cool. Not that there's anything wrong with doing it by yourself. So this smells like shit. Yeah, if I had a drag name, I think I would go with Serotonin. I'm stealing that one. God, this song is long. This, like I said, this is a 7.5 minute long song. But it feels like a 3-minute song. Should I ask ChatGPT what my drag name should be? It might give you a decent answer. I've tried to ask ChatGPT about drag queen names before, and it wasn't that good at it. It was kind of bad. That was one of the things I've noticed it's kind of bad at. Alright, we got a couple more questions in the box. Got a couple more questions in the box, so I'm going to get back to those. I'm going to let this song play out. There's still 30 more seconds of this song. I feel like we came this far, we might as well finish it. Ride that choo-choo. Oh, this is the slowest fade out I've ever heard in a song. Okay. We're done. Come on, it's a choo-choo. Okay. We've got some questions in the box. Let's get back to business. I'm going to shift gears. We're shifting gears. Hi, Papa. I wrote a little bit before about my toxic father who goes to prison repeatedly and expects me to be his keeper while he's locked up. Wants me to play therapist, secretary, financial assistant, daughter, the whole nine. He's locked up again, of course. He wants you to be the adult in your relationship, and sometimes the adult thing to do is tell a person no. And I know that that can be hard to do, especially if it's your parent. But you can't enable these behaviors. Sometimes you have to let people hit rock bottom so they can figure out how to climb themselves back up. It's not fair that only you are acting like an adult in this relationship. I was holding on to some money for him and kept getting money sent to me from random people I didn't know, but it was all for him. That's really weird. I mean, make money how you gotta make money, but that's just like, okay. At first I didn't really think about it, but it started getting frustrating to have to keep up with on top of that, it was getting mixed up with my own money. I told him multiple times to stop having strangers send me money. It was always, this is the last time, but that was obviously a lie. So he was doing all of this while I was in the middle of moving out of my abusive environment. Then one day he asked me how much he had altogether, and when I checked, I realized that a small chunk of the money was gone. He was wanting me to basically consolidate his fucking expenses and go through all the transactions to figure it out. I couldn't take it anymore. So after 4 days of avoiding his phone calls make it easier for him to manipulate, he had my older brother contact me and say, "Dad says you're on bullshit," and send him all his money right now. So that's exactly what I did. I J-paid him everything I had in my account, and I told myself I will be going no contact while I get my life together. Since then, my phone has been blown up with incessant phone calls from not just the prison, but my brother, his friends, random numbers, random people texting me to tell me to answer his calls. I'm like, this is abuse. Just so you know, this is abuse. And it's okay to walk away from abuse. Being related to somebody, being in a family with somebody, being in a relationship with somebody does not give them permission to abuse you, and you are being abused. You are being harassed. So walk away. People who take advantage of other people will incessantly bother people that they know have a hard time saying no to them. So you gotta say no. I'm just like, I sent you your money, we have nothing else to talk about, but I've been having to keep my phone on Do Not Disturb because of how overwhelming it is. He knows he overwhelms me. He even admitted it and then let off a chuckle afterwards. But he doesn't care. Part of me feels bad and like I'm abandoning him. I'm like, he abandoned you. I'm like, he abandoned you as a parent a long time ago. When he decided he would rather be the kid in the relationship. I'm like, you're not failing him. He's failed you. And it's like, he's just going to keep taking. Because people who are takers very rarely know when to stop. They just continue to take. It's what they do. And so you gotta tell them no. Part of me feels like I'm abandoning him, but no one close to me thinks he's good for me, and I've really started to see what they're talking about. Also, to be truthful, in a way you are. In a way you are abandoning him, but it's like... at this point, it's like it would be valid to do so. It's like if you have a tapeworm and you get rid of a tapeworm, are you abandoning the tapeworm? It's like, oh, but it needed to be in my gut in order to live. I'm letting it down. It's like, no, this is letting go of a parasite. This is just somebody who's trying to suck your blood. Sometimes in life, you have to cut these people off so that they have to figure it out on their own. They have to figure out another way. It's like, what would they do if you weren't able to bail them out? They're going to have to go figure that out so that they don't always continue to take advantage of you. He will forever be a traumatized child trapped in a grown man's body, and I've realized I have to love him from a distance. Yeah. Like a tiger. Or any other, best admired from a distance. I'm just realizing all of this now at 24. Actually, don't beat yourself up for only just now realizing at 24. That's actually like the point in life where most people start figuring it out. That's actually good time. That's actually a good time. That's like the perfect time to figure it out. Some people don't figure it out until they're 42. Some people don't figure it out until they're even older. Some people never figure it out. You figured it out pretty early. About as early as you could expect a person to figure it out. I'm just realizing all of this now at 24 because he was in prison for the better half of my life. I had this ideal image of him in my head that has been burnt to a crisp since I got to spend face-to-face time with him for the last 2 years. Right? I'm like, I'm sorry, but if you are away from your child for half of their life and you don't dedicate your time and energy to trying to make things right and mend that relationship and grow closer to them, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, I'm sorry, but if I ever went to prison, my priority after getting out of prison is to make amends to all of the people I abandoned while I was in prison. Rather than finding a quick way back to prison. Like, if I come out of prison, I'm doing my best to get my shit together. But some people just find comfort and identity as a criminal, and they just... It's like a revolving door. They're just in and out of prison for a lot of their life. And it's because part of it is they like the routine. It's like the familiarity. It's like, it's not ideal. Like, prison is terrible, but like, rather the devil you know than the devil you don't. So yeah, you're not wrong to walk away. And also your brother's a bit of a dick for pestering you so much. Like, your brother has a brain of his own. He should figure it out. But of course, your brother's probably got his own stuff going on, and he wants to make his dad proud of him or something like that, because sons will be like that sometimes. Gotta be a man for Pa. Pa said it's time for me to stand up and be a man. I gotta go harass my sister for money. Like, no, go walk away, live your life. Family is a feeling, alright? Family is a feeling. And you may not find it in the people that you're related to. But when you do find it, you will know. It'll feel like, oh, that's what I've been missing. The secret ingredient. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. It's the right choice to make. Yeah, just pull out. He'll go find somebody else to bother. He'll bother your brother. He'll bother somebody else. Just let him know that well has run dry. If you didn't want the well to run dry, you shouldn't have taken advantage of the resource. You shouldn't have burnt through it. I start a job in a week, and to finish my training, I have to do a ride-along with someone. I get very car sick when you're in a car with someone and I'm a passenger. What should I do? Alright, I want you to prep yourself and kind of hype yourself up a little bit in a good way. I want you to tell yourself before you do it, I'm gonna be okay. I'm not going to get carsick. If you go into it with the mindset of, I am going to get carsick, you are going to get carsick. Your fear and anticipation of getting carsick will actually make you more likely to get carsick. They also do have medication that you can take that will help reduce motion sickness. It's called Dramamine. You could look into taking some of that. Just focus on your breath. I used to get car sick when I was a kid, and I found what helped me was to just pay attention to my breathing. Just trying to take relaxing, deep, slow breaths. Just pay attention to my lungs instead of paying attention to my gut. Also, maybe get some fresh air on your face. Sometimes, having some air blowing on you can help you. Just try to avoid reading stuff if you don't have to. I've also heard that keeping your eyes on the horizon can be helpful. Also, if the worst case scenario happens, just give them a fair warning ahead of time. Let them know that you get car sick so that maybe they'll drive a little more mindfully. If you give them a heads up, they might, drive a bit more gently, make sure not to make any weird jerky turns or, rapid stops. If I'm driving with somebody and they tell me that they get car sick, I'm going to try to drive more gently and mindfully, you know what I mean. So just give them a heads up, and then in the worst case scenario, you do get really sick, you could bring a bag with you, like you're on an airplane, or you could let them know to pull over. So even if the worst case scenario happens, you feel prepared for it. If you gave them a heads up earlier that you get car sick, they should be mindful of that, just in case they have to pull over. But I wouldn't go into it with the expectation that you will. I would try to go into it with the expectation that everything's going to be okay. Even if I do get sick, I'm going to be okay. And then after you do, be like, I did it. I made it. Good job, me. Just hang in there. Well, I think that's going to be it for me today. I'm cooked. Okay, go figure out what's for dinner. All right, everybody. I'll let I'll let CK Slider play us off. All right, everybody. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all the gifted subs. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. You'll get through. Keep up the good work. Have a good night. Stay safe out there. And we'll see you next time. And don't forget, hang in there. Bye-bye. 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 Bye bye. See you later. Goodbye. Adios. Auf Wiedersehen. Tschüss. Aloha. Spokojnej nocy. Oh, that cowbell. Alrighty. Have a great weekend, everybody. Enjoy that full moon. It's a full moon tonight. Go howl at it. Just go outside and be like, oh, 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 oh. You got a good full moon. You just gotta howl at it. It just feels wrong to waste such a good full moon. It's just begging for you to howl at it.